incomparable Donna Izard, where she's going to talk about embracing your bees unapologetically. And that rhymed and it was on time, so make sure that your face is in the place to watch Donna. And then after that, we're going to have a Queen's panel discussion. I love when the ladies get together. Hashtag Black Girl Magic. So tune in and tell a friend to watch the Queen's panel discussion. And then we're going to close out the show. And we're going to make sure that it is action packed, action filled. And when it's all said and done, you're going to blow up your business, blow up your brand, and be brand uniquely you. Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinette, and it has been a stone cold blast. Don't forget to brand like a boss. Peace.
Hello, everybody. My name is Emily Newton, and I am a personal trainer / nutrition coach here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And today I'm going to run you through a 10-minute flow to get you up and moving for your day. So this is how it goes. Each movement is going to be 45 seconds with 15 seconds of rest, and we're going to repeat the 5 exercises 2 times. So first exercise that we have is going to be bodyweight squats. So what you want to do is you want to sit your hips back, butt down, chest tall like this, squeeze your glutes to the bottom, and breathe on the way up. So once again, it's back, and breathe on the way up. Second exercise that we got are going to be push-ups. So the push-ups, I'll show 2 different variations. First variation, what I want you to do is pull yourself down to the ground and press and breathe on the way up. So one more time, pull yourself down to the ground, press, and breathe away. If you do happen to need a modification, what you can do is lower yourself down slowly, press up, and lift your hips. Once again, you're going to lower yourself down slowly, press up, and lift your hips. One more regression for push-ups. On your knees, pull yourself down to the ground, and then exhale on your way up. So the third exercise that we're going to do after we get done with our push-ups are lunges. We have 2 options. Just in case we have any athletes out there, we're going to go reverse lunge. We're going to step back, squeeze your glutes, and breathe on the way up. Okay? If you want a more challenging variation, we can go plyo lunge, like this. Boom. If you want to, you can mix it up a little bit. All right? Fourth exercise that we have is going to be high knees. If you need a modification for high knees, stand in a stationary position. You're going to come here, knee to elbow. Opposite foot, opposite hand. Knee to elbow. Like that. And traditional high knees is a sprint. So you're going to get out breath just a little bit. All right? Last exercise is going to be a low plank. So you're here on your forearms, squeeze your glutes, drive your heels back, and breathe. Just like that. All right. So if you guys are ready to get started, we're going to get started with our squats in 3 seconds. 2, 1, and go. So since this is the first round, this is kind of like a warm-up round. So I want you to focus in on your form and your technique. So remember, the weight shall always be in the back of your heels. Okay? Make sure you're exhaling on the way up. We have about 20 seconds left. So if you feel comfortable with the movement, pick up the pace just a little bit. And we have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and relax. So we have a 15-second break where I want you to focus in when you're breathing. So big deep breath in and exhale out slowly. We have our push-up next. We're going to try it for 3 seconds. 2, 1, and go. So I'm going to start with the modification first. Pull yourself down to the ground. Press up. Hips up. Down slowly. Press up. Hips. If you're doing the traditional version, you're here. Down. Press and breathe. Remember, this is our warm-up round. So we're really focused in on our forming technique. Down again. Press away and breathe. We got about 2 more seconds left. Try to give me 2 more reps. 5 more seconds, 1 more. And relax. So remember, during our rest times, we're gonna focus in on our breathing. So big deep breath in and exhale out through your nose. Next, we have our reverse lunges or our plyo lunges in 3 seconds. 2, 1, and go. So step back, stay in control. All right, we're still warming up. All the way back, steam with it. Focus on your formula technique. If you're doing the plyo lunges, you're here. See how in control and still I am? You want to make sure that you're not falling all over the place and losing your balance. So take your time. We got 15 seconds left. Exhale on the way up. And breathe. This is a good workout. We got 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. We got 2 more exercises. We got our high knees, and we have our plank. Take a big deep breath in for me. 5 seconds. 4, high knees, 3, and go. So we're gonna start off nice and slow. We're here. You're taking your time and breathing. Choose whichever variation fits your level of fitness. We're about 15 seconds in. You want to swing your arms through. 25 seconds. Good, make sure you're breathing. Driving your knees up. Switch to the regression if you need to. Find your level of fitness. But no matter what, keep moving. We have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and relax. All right, we have 1 more exercise, and that will bring our first round to a close. There's gonna be a low plank or a high plank if you need to. So let's get in our plank position. We're gonna get started in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and hold. So what I know what to see is hips up in the air like this. Bring your butt down so that you feel it in your core. If you need a modification, you can go to a high plank, which is here. Driving your heels back. Keep your shins up and try not to hang off of your shoulder blades like this. Put your hands away from the ground so that your upper back is slightly rounded. We have about 20 seconds left. What I want you to do is I want you to take 1 really big deep breath in through your nose, then exhale out through your mouth. We have 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. So, maybe about 1 to 2 minutes off, I want you to grab some water and let your heart rate and your breathing come down, and then we'll come back for our second round. All right. Welcome back for our second round. So, for our second round, I want you guys to push yourself not a little bit, but a lot. All right? Same sequence of exercises. We're going to start with our squats. We want to do our push-ups, lunges or plyo lunges, high knees, and then our low plank. So we're back with the original time frame, 45 seconds of work, 15 seconds of rest, but the intensity should be a lot higher, okay? So we're gonna start in 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this time, you're trying to get as many squats in that you can. If you wanna mix it up a little bit, you go jump squat. With the jump squat, make sure you land tall. Chest tall, land low, okay? So we're pumping, trying to get at least 30, 35 squats in, okay? We have 20 seconds left. Let's push. Make sure you're breathing. Try to hang in there. Keep up with me. Last 5 seconds. Let's go. Jump squats. 3, 2, 1, and relax. All right. We have our push-ups next. Everybody take a really big, deep breath into your nose. And exhale out slowly. So, let's get set for our push-ups. I want you to try to get some muscle failure, which means that you should barely be able to push yourself up. When you're done, starting in 3 seconds. 2, 1, and go. But remember, always at your own pace. Everybody's level of fitness is different. Make sure you're breathing all the way up. We're about 15 seconds in. Remember regression. Pull yourself down. Come up. Hips up. Down. Come up. Hips up. We have 10 seconds. 9, 8. Also muscle layer. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and we're up. Once again, take a big deep breath in through your nose and exhale out through your chest. Next, we have our reverse lunges and our power lunges. Starting in 3 seconds. 2, 1, and go. So I always teach form and technique over everything. So master the movement first, then add speed to it. There you go. Keep up with me. 5 lunges. Nice and stable. We have about 20 seconds left. Something you can also do is mix it up. So a few reverse and a few plyo. We have 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and relax. 2 more rounds. We have our planks and high knees relaxed. We have about 8 seconds to rest up. 7. We're going with the high knees. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. I'm starting off with the regression, just in case. You need a reminder. Everybody else should be pushing and pumping. Now the knees, swing your arms through. And if you have space, you come here. Use the space you have, okay? Make sure you're balanced. We have 20 seconds left. Our last 10 seconds is going to be max effort. Take a big deep breath in. Max effort and go. As hard as you can. 5 seconds. 4, 3, and relax. All right, y'all, we're almost in. This is a good workout. And it's not that you only need 10 minutes to get some good work in. We're going for high plank in 5 seconds for low plank. 3, 2, and hold. So I want to challenge everybody to hold the full 45 seconds. And when I start counting down from 10 seconds, just remember that you can do anything for 10 seconds. I tell myself. We're about 20 seconds in. If you feel like you're about to drop, just stay up a little bit longer. We're almost there. Take a big deep breath for me. And exhale. We have 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Give yourself a pat on the back. High five, clap it up for yourselves. So something that I always teach my clients is that recovery starts before you leave the gym. Not when you go home and stretch, but before. So what I want you to do is we're going to practice some deep breathing to get our bodies out of fight or fight mode and into recovery mode. Alright? So after every single workout, no matter what type of workout it is, you always want to bring your heart rate down, respiration down, and stress levels down. So you're going to lay your back, and you're going to inhale with your mouth closed. This is called nasal breathing. In through your nose, but you're also going to exhale out through your nose, okay? So inhale through your nose, and then exhale out through your nose. If that's difficult for you, you still have the option to exhale out through your mouth. But inhale through your nose. So nasal breathing really helps to teach you how to use your diaphragm to take in oxygen. One more time. In through your nose, out through your nose. Just lay here for a few more minutes. Feel your heart rate come down. Breathing starts to slow down. And make sure you're thinking last thoughts. Alright, that's all I got for you guys. Thank you for being here today.
Hello, I'm Natalie Williams, the Executive Director of the Women's Business Center of Charlotte, which is a program of a 35-year-old institution known as the National Institute of Economic Development. The Institute's mission is to increase the asset base of minority-owned businesses. At the Women's Business Center, we are empowering women to become economically self-sufficient through entrepreneur opportunities. We do this at the Women's Business Center by providing tools, resources, and opportunities for women through technical training, one-on-one counseling, workshops such as certification and market research. We also do it through monthly seminars such as specific, to market trends and market demands. We provide business and professional development sessions, capacity building, networking, and also we assist with financial assistance for access to capital. So we know small businesses contribute to over 50% of new businesses established in the U.S., which means 2 out of 3 new businesses are created by a small business owner. In fact, research shows the top 4 reasons why starting a small business is attractive to people. 1, entrepreneurs can work for themselves and be their own boss. This, in fact, is the biggest motivator of them all. Number 2, entrepreneurs want to be more hands-on. Research actually shows that employees decide starting a small business is right for them because they can build something from scratch, and they love that. Number 3, entrepreneurs want more money. If this is you, say it so. Many find they feel their current job is not paying them what they feel they are worth or their value. So they look for entrepreneur opportunities. Number 4, entrepreneurs want to take on additional roles. These are roles that they would not traditionally be taking on or be able to do in a traditional job. And they feel that this is a great opportunity to take charge. Whatever the reason, know that the rate of business closure decreases with mentorship, coaching, and counseling. So we are so honored to be an organization that is focusing on the needs of small, women, and minority-owned businesses. Let me say this, I am so excited to be here with you today during this Bigger, Bolder You conference, hosted by President and CEO Alicia Brooks of Brand Uniquely You Incorporated. What an exceptional time we are living in. What an exceptional title for a conference. And what an exceptional opportunity for you to realize this is your time. This is your destiny. I am reminded by a quote by Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. And Sarah says, "Don't be intimidated by what you don't know. That can be your great strength and ensure that you do things differently from everyone else." I love that quote because being different is being powerful. If we have learned nothing else over the past 2 years, our realization about life and opportunity has truly elevated our understanding that we are the creators of our destination. We have charted difficult course during the transition of 2020 through intentionality and deliberate practices, developing our strategy, our structure, our people, and our processes. Considering all of the changes that have taken place, and there have been many, we are more poised now than ever before for a bright future. I know this sounds very contradictory to what we see around us. However, the backdrop of the transition that took place of 2020, it suggests that our current economic, social, and political environment and climate is primed. It's primed for you, and it's primed for your business. It's primed for your voice. Well, there were and still are many challenges. Our ability to pivot had to do with the need for change, which was driven by the demand of our customers, our society, and our relationships to be more measurably accountable. Our mindset and ability to regain a higher consciousness and awareness about who we are and our capabilities somehow reached into the depths of you and me. And it pulled out the very unique qualifiers that in past ordinary situations we did not fully even realize exist. Today and in the future, the result of your work must focus on economic empowerment, business growth, equity, and pay, equal fair pay for women and opportunities for women. It must focus on revenue for corporate, private, and public entities. It must focus on customer and client satisfaction and the production of transformational, innovative product development. In 2019, women-owned businesses in the US, which are generally defined as businesses that are at least 51% managed, owned, and operated and controlled by a woman. They accounted for 12.9 million businesses, employing nearly 9 million people and generating 1.8 trillion in sales. While we celebrate all women-owned businesses that account for nearly 42% of all businesses in the US, there is still a huge gender gap in revenue between men and women. In addition, there is still a huge disparity among women of color businesses, and particularly that of African American women versus the non-women of color. Amongst all women-owned businesses, the actual average of women-owned firms generated revenue is $65,000, while non-minority women firms average $218,000. And African American women-owned firms average only $24,000. This is the greatest gap of any minority women-owned group. And as you can see, there are opportunities. So yes, while we continue to hear stories that minority businesses are the fastest growing among the business segments, and minority and small business job creation is one of the single most recognized area of impact for economic inclusion, respectfully, I encourage you to be reminded that the long-standing value proposition for your work will not and should not change. This is your time to not only defy the odds of what we just read, but to define your destiny and to participate in it. Your business must be seen as a business investment, not a business expense. Your business must be regarded as essential, not optional. Your business must be a reflection of the true gifts that you have been purposed with. While 8 out of 10 women struggle with their identity, you must push through the noise. I'm going to say that one more time. While 8 out of 10 women struggle with their identity, you must push through the noise that for so many years have caused our voices to be silent. Your specific identity is the qualities, the beliefs, the personality, the look, the feel, the expressions that make you, you. Showing up in your fullness, your non-identical way, different. Be eager to accept the different parts of you and how you think, how you show up, how you speak, how you work. Be willing to give yourself the opportunity to succeed in something far more different than what you had ever anticipated, and something far more different than what the world tried to shape you into being. I encourage you to have a uniformity of mind, oneness with your thoughts about who you are. Be willing to embrace you and your differences. Write them down. If you are a great negotiator, negotiate. If you are someone that brings joy to others, be that hospitable person to bring that joy. If you are someone that has the ability to influence, then lead and influence others. The word willing, that term itself, means to be active. So be willing to be active. It means enthusiastic and amendable. So be active in your thoughts about you. Be active in your thoughts about you and about your accomplishments. Oftentimes, we will accomplish something and take it for granted, or we'll downplay it. Oftentimes, we won't show up in our true, authentic self because of who's around. We can no longer do this. Be willing to focus on how your differences can make a difference in the life of others. Your laser focus provides growth. It provides strength to your business. It provides growth and strength to your delivery and growth and strength to your community. It is needed. Be willing to lift up ideas and concepts and let others hear your thoughts and speak. Let others hear your thoughts and speak. Your voice brings power in the room, and it must be heard. You, my sisters, are uniquely made. You, my sisters, are formed and shaped, molded and designed with purpose. You, my sisters, are power. You are courage and you are strength. And most importantly, you are loved. How you deliver on your results will set the course of success and successful events, successful engagements, and successful occurrences in your business. All of the challenges you faced in 2020 should be your motivation to deliver on your promise to create economic inclusion, equity, and positional change. You must recognize and leverage the relationships and leverage those relationships that grow strategic alliances while improving success for everyone around you and yourself included. You are not a mistake. Everything starts with a bud. It's like a rose, which has its incubated period. And that period, it starts out as a seed. However, as the seed becomes familiar with its surroundings and begins to feel that soil around it, it begins to take root and it begins to sprout. Your sprout in your root is growing out of comfortability. Your root, I'm going to say it again, is growing out of your comfortability. It's moving away from familiarity. Your root is embracing the soil by embracing your differences and becoming the sprout that looks, feels, and smells differently, internally and externally. Your root, it is tied to the timing of you and your acceptance of who you are. And it is your willingness to walk in your destiny. Nothing starts off big. I'm going to say that again. Nothing starts off big. Everything starts with a beginning. It starts with a piece of something, which is then added to another piece. So if we think about it like this, a shirt, a dress, a pair of pants, even a piece of jewelry, it starts out with a piece. So with the shirt, it starts out with a piece of fabric that when added to more fabric, it becomes a shirt. A glass, it begins with a piece of matter that when it is formed and added to other matter, it becomes a defined, beautiful piece of glass. You, my sister, you are a masterpiece. You are tiny pieces put together, jointly fitted together, formed to be exclusive and exceptional, created with a purpose. So I say to you, my sister, be the bigger, bolder you. Give way to strategic, sustainable relationships that are measurable quantitatively and qualitatively. Give way, my sister, to embrace your extraordinary contributions to the world around you through the different lens that you bring to the table. Commit, my sister, to consistency, to maintain a compelling vision through execution and innovative ideas. Be astute. Be astute to the changes that are going on around you. And be astute to your mindset, especially over the next several years. Do not be afraid to shift. Do not be afraid to shift. To shift so that you can walk in the higher place of your calling. Affirm yourself. Affirm yourself. So when the trials of life and the tribulations confront you and cause you to wonder whether or not you can handle what is present, say to yourself, this is my time. Affirm yourself. Affirm yourself and say, I was born to be different. My experiences are not a mistake. Everything that I have gone through has planted something valuable in me or shown me something different about me that I needed to see. Affirm yourself. Affirm yourself when the forces of negativity try to deter you and take you off your journey and make you walk a different path. Affirm yourself. You walk this different path, and then you begin to heal within yourself, and you see that you can accomplish anything you put your mind to. And success begins to boom all around you. Say to yourself, affirm yourself. I share my unique abilities with care so that they become the blessings and benefits of others. I push through with intentionality because this is my destiny. I hope that somehow this has encouraged you, my sisters, to affirm yourself, to walk in your uniqueness, and to live on purpose because it is your time. It is your destiny. Please follow us at the Women's Business Center of Charlotte, www.theinstitutenc.org/WBC Charlotte, or you can follow us on our link tree, linktr.ee/WBC Charlotte. I'm Natalie Williams, the Executive Director of the Women's Business Charlotte, and it has been my pleasure to serve you in this capacity. Congratulations, Alicia.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are viewing this broadcast from around the globe. I just want to say welcome. I am super excited to be here to support my friend, Miss Alicia, on her Bigger, Bolder You branding conference. And I'm excited to be in the house. I'm excited to be in the room. And I know you are excited too, because I am sure you have had 2 phenomenal days so far. And here we are on day 3. So I want to get into my talk today. And I'm just going to give you one word. Well, actually 2 words: the mission. What do you have in your hand? Yes, that is my topic today. And I want to share that with you. And I want to talk about, what do you have in your hand? I want to talk about the mission. And so let me introduce myself. My name is Joan T. Randall. I'm an award winning 9 times best-selling author. I'm an international speaker, a business coach, a book consultant, an independent publisher, and the founder of Victorious You Press. I am also an ordained elder. Yes, it is one of my most amazing accomplishments. I love preaching the word of God. But outside of that, what do I do? I help spiritual thought leaders and individuals of faith write and publish their bestseller so that they can monetize their impact and create a legacy. And in doing so, make money, right? Profit from their gift or their expertise. And I love helping people give birth to their story. I'm affectionately known as the author's midwife, a title that I truly, truly love. All right. So when I talk about the mission, it really is your what, right? And what is your what? So when I look at the what, I think about the gift, I think about the talent, I think about the expertise, or I think about the experience that you bring to the table. And so I want you to walk away with 3 things today, 3 very important points. Point number 1, you have to be the solution to the problem. That's the point number 1. In your what, you are providing a solution. Point number 2, you have to show up in your brand with authority. You cannot be fickle with your brand. You've got to show up like a boss in your brand with authority. And number 3, you are the subject matter expert. People invest in expertise. So that's what I want to talk to you about today. And I want to break that down. So when I think about the what, your basic fundamentals of anything you do, whether it's in business, in ministry, in life, you think about the why, the who, the how, right? Why are you doing it? Who are you called to serve? And how are you going to get it done or get your business out there? Well, I want to talk about the what for this piece of my presentation. The what is your mission. And when I think about mission, right, the definition of mission is an assignment. It can be a business. It can be your calling. It can be your purpose. It can be a pursuit. So you are here today because you have a mission to provide something for someone in exchange for a reward, right? That is why you're here. You signed up for this free conference because you want to know more about branding and you want to know more about all the things that branding deals with, especially when it comes on to your mission, when it comes on to that thing that you have that solves others' problems, right? So let us put that all in business term, right? You provide a solution for a problem in exchange for a profit. That is your mission. That is your what. Providing a solution for a problem in exchange for a profit. Why did I say profit? Well, I'm glad you asked that question. The synonyms, I want to give you some synonyms for profit. Profit could be your earnings. Profit could be a return. Profit could be value. Profit could be yield. Profit could be proceeds, right? So all these terms means profit. And when you are providing a what, whether it is a vitamin, which is something that enhances someone's life, or it is a painkiller, which is something that solves a problem, at the end of the day, you are giving that in exchange for a profit. That's why we're in business. So what is your what? Well, your what could be an experience. Your what could be the expertise. Your what could be the knowledge. Your what could be the gift. Your what could be the talent that you possess, right? But I want to ask you this question. What is in your hand and how can you profit from it? There is so many people I hear that says, I don't know my purpose. I don't know what I can do. I do not know what I'm good at. And if you really think about it, deeply about it, it may be right under your nose and you did not even recognize that it is your purpose, right? Or it is that gift, or it is that thing that you have in your hand that you are supposed to utilize, right? Most times it is right in front of your face. And let me just share this with you. It is that thing that comes so easy that you have been giving it away for so long, and that everybody comes to you and asks you for your help in that thing, right? So often we don't even recognize that we are solving a problem because it comes so easy and so natural to us that we give it away for free. And we just say, hey, you know what? I can do this. Absolutely. Let me do this for you. Let me help you. I'm good at it. Or people just come to you and say, you are amazing at this thing and I need your help. And because it comes so natural to you, you just do it, right? In some cases, that's exactly what it is. But how can you use that thing, that gift, that talent that you possess, that you own, that experience, that expertise, that mission, and monetize it? That's what we're here today for. That's why we want to talk about this. So I'm going to give you an example. I have a friend that is an admin person for 20 years. She's an executive administrative assistant, right? And during COVID, when everybody was at home, laid off, people would come to her consistently asking her to help them in certain areas of administration. And because it comes so naturally to her, because she's such a professional at it, and because it is such an experience and she's an expert at it, she just kept doing it for free. She was doing everything for everyone for free because they needed the help. And then one day someone said to her, you know what? That's a product that you have. That's a mission that you have. That's an expertise that you have that you can monetize. And so she thought about it. And she said, you know what? Instead of me giving this away, why don't I create a business around this? So she started a virtual assistant organization. She hired a team of people, and now she profits from her expertise. Now she profits from her experience. Now she profits from the gifts and the talents that she has, right? In supporting people. That's a gift. Sometimes just being a support, just being able to provide support to others is a gift. The gift of administration is a biblical gift. And so now she is using her gift, her talent, her experience, and her expertise to provide a service to small business and to entrepreneurs that now she makes a profit from. So I want you to think about it. If you are in business now, you are in business doing what you're doing because you are an expert in that. And if you're in business and you're not sure what you are good at, then you may need to reconsider where you are and how you can figure out or get to that thing that you're such an expert at that you can monetize it. I also want to give you another example myself. And I'm going to give you this example because the same thing happened to me. I love to write, and I've written 11 books over the last 4.5 years. But I have this way with words. And a lot of times people would come to me and say, well, can you help me with my bio? Or can you help me with this letter that I want to write to my job? Or can you help me get my resume together? And I would do that. And then there were times when people would come to me and said, well, can you help me put my book together? I'm writing a book and I want to write the introduction. Can you help me with that? And I would just freely do it because words just flow, right? Especially when I go to write, I will just, have the words will just flow. And what I did not recognize was that I was solving a problem. I was solving a problem. And so when I first started my business, I was doing all of this personal development and speaking, but I was missing something, right? I love the personal development because it changes mindset. But there was something else that I was great at that I was not taking into consideration because it came so naturally. And so when it dawned on me that I could be using my gifts and my talents, my experience and my expertise to provide, to solve a problem for the people that I'm called to serve, I went into publishing. And so that's what I'm doing now. I am helping people give birth to their story. But you guys have to show up in a specific way, right? How do you show up in your mission, right? You have to have the courage. You have to have confidence. You have to be consistent. You have to be committed to get the cash. I'm going to say that again. You show up in courage, confidence, consistently, and committed in order to get the cash. You can't just show up in any way. You can't just show up halfway confident and halfway you're not sure if this is what you want to do. You can never show up on the fence. You have to be so secure in what you provide that when you show up, there is no doubt in anyone's mind that you are the subject matter expert of the thing that you are providing for others, right? And you must show up in your brand and show up as your brand, right? I'm going to say that again. You must show up in your brand and you have to show up as your brand. And there is nobody who can talk about brand like Alicia. And she is going to be coming up soon to talk to you about what does it mean to be confident in your brand? What does it mean to show up bigger and bolder and more confident and more courageous, like a queen, like a boss in your brand? Because here is the bottom line. People buy from you when they trust you. So if you're showing up insecure, people will smell that a mile away. Insecurity, a lack of courage, a lack of confidence, people will smell that a mile away. So when you show up and you show up as a boss, you show up bigger, bolder, courageous, confident, consistent, committed to get your cash, people are going to buy from you because they're going to trust that you know what you are talking about. So the way you show up is very important to your business, to your brand, to that service that you provide or that product that you have for others to utilize, right? I always say you are either a vitamin or a painkiller. That was not my own words. I got that from Lamar Tyler. But you're a vitamin because you're providing or enhancing someone's life. You're a painkiller because you're providing a solution to a pain point, right? All right. So again, I go back to the first thing I started out with. What is in your hand? And I want you to think about it. I remember it brings me back to the story of Moses, where Moses was at the Red Sea and Moses was getting ready to cross the Red Sea, didn't know how it was going to happen. The children of Israel are just like in chaos, saying, why did you lead us out of Israel when we could have just stayed there and worked ourselves to death? Because here we are now, the Red Sea is in front of us, and the Egyptians are coming, and we don't know how we're going to cross this thing, right? And the Lord said to Moses, what do you have in your hand? He had a rod. The Holy Spirit says, stretch forth your rod, and the sea parted, right? So what do you have in your hand that you can utilize today to monetize it? All right. And I want to just start from something as simple as a book. Right? So say you don't know what your purpose is. So say you don't know, you're not sure where you fall on the spectrum of expertise or experience or mission or purpose, but you wrote a book. You wrote a book. Well, what can you do with that book that has been sitting on a shelf gathering dust? Or what do you do with that book that you launched 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that is still on Amazon, but has not made you any money? What do you do with that? Revive that thing. Revive that book, right? You wrote that book. So because you wrote that book, you either wrote it from a story, you wrote it from an experience, you wrote it from an expertise, or you had a message to share with the world, right? So why don't you take that book and do something different? Revive that book, relaunch that book. And once you relaunch that book, create a workbook or create a journal, right? Or create a guided journal to go with the workbook. And from that journal, create a workshop, invite people to a summit, invite people to a webinar. From your webinar or your workshop or your summit, you create a digital product, right? The very same things that you talk about in your workshop or your summit, you use that to create an evergreen product, create digital downloads, right? That becomes a course, right? That you can sell, that people can do a self-paced course because it's the very same thing that you taught in your workshop that you can use as an evergreen product where people that can just go on your website and purchase and learn, at their own pace. From that, you can create physical products, right? From your physical products, you can sell those. You go to an event or you're asked to speak and you bring your physical product so you can sell it, right? From your courses, you create a coaching program. And from your coaching program, you create something as amazing as a conference. You can even blog about your expertise or your experience or the mission or the message that you wrote about. I just gave you 7 streams of income that can come from a book that has been sitting on a shelf in your home or in your car or in your garage or on Amazon that you have not done anything with it. So if you are watching me today and if you are saying to yourself, my goodness, you know what? I wrote a book some time ago and I had some sales when the book just launched, but now I can revive it. Here are some things that I can do to monetize that book that I gave my all to when I write it. Okay. So when you know the pain that you are solving, you show up with authority. There is something to be said when you know the pain you are solving. You have no doubt in your mind that you are providing a solution. And so when you're providing that solution, you show up with authority. That is what branding is all about. Branding is you showing up with authority about the thing that you do best, about that pain point that you're solving, about that solution that you're providing, and about enhancing someone's life with what you have. And there's no fear when you are the subject matter expert. There's none. And here is what I also want to share with you, right? Be a student of the game, no matter what your expertise is. Never stop pursuing knowledge. Keep learning, keep growing, keep expanding. So even if you're a subject matter expert in a particular thing that you are providing as a service to others, make sure that you continue to learn as much as you can as things improve and as things change and as knowledge becomes more available. Keep learning so that you can continue to be the subject matter expert, right? You walk taller because you know your value and what you bring to the table. There is something to be said about knowing what you bring to the table and knowing your worth and knowing what your value is that speaks to your courage and your confidence, right? There's also another school of thought. When you know what you bring to the table, when you know the value that you bring, right? People can't talk down your price. People can't talk down, can't barter your price, right? Because you know the value that you are, right? And so your brand should speak for you. And this is really important, right? Your brand should be so profound and so pronounced that people see your brand and don't even have to ask, who does it belong to, right? People need to understand you and your brand becomes one. And I know Alicia is going to talk about that. She's going to talk about your courage. She's going to talk about how you stand out from the crowd. She's going to talk about how you show up in your brand with excellence, right? So I want you to be open and be prepared to listen and learn and glean from what Alicia is going to talk about when it comes on to branding. So your brand should always speak for you. And I want to give you some examples of brand that speaks. Brand that speaks. So you know Target, right? You don't even have to see the word target to know that it's a target around. You see the bullseye. Even in commercials, if you notice, they show you the bullseye and they don't even put the word anymore, right? Same thing with McDonald's. You see the big M, the arch. You know that's McDonald's. And Nike, you see the swoosh. You see the sign. You know that it's Nike. And the same thing with Starbucks. You see that green lady that looks like the Statue of Liberty, and you know that that is Starbucks, right? So people should know you and should know your brand. You and your brand should be synonymous. And that's why sometimes you have to be careful how you show up. You can't show up everywhere doing 10 different things because you're going to confuse your audience. They're not going to know who you're targeting or what your business is about. So when you're showing up over here as a realtor, then you're showing up over there as a network marketing person, then you're showing up over there as somebody selling paparazzi, and you're showing up over, and you have all these different things that doesn't align necessarily with each other. Now, don't get me wrong, you can have multiple streams of income, but you've got to show up in a brand where people can trust you and believe you and would want to buy from you. All right. And so you will hear a lot more from Alicia about being big and being bold and being branded. Right. And so when you are the subject matter expert, you must show up like one. When you are the person who knows the pain that they solve, you have to show up like that boss, right? People are willing to pay for your expertise. When you sell or offer your products and your services, you are offering your expertise, and people will pay for that, right? So now that you know your what, right? And now that you know that you have a mission, you have a purpose, you have this thing that solves a problem or enhances lives, then your brand's going to speak for itself. And people will invest in you, and people will invest in that. People will invest in your expertise. So remember what we started, the very first piece of my presentation. I talked about the mission, and the mission in this sense is your what. What is your gift? What is that talent? What is the expertise? What is the experience that you bring to the table? And how do you look at it in a three-pronged approach? Number one, being the solution to the problem. Number two, showing up in your brand with authority. And number three, if you are the subject matter expert that you are, people will invest in your expertise. So I hope this was beneficial for you. I hope that you get some amazing nuggets from what was shared. And I am super excited to have Alicia come on later on today to talk more about showing up courageous, showing up in authority, and showing up in your brand so that you can make that cash. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Calvin Frazier, the owner of Calvin's Coffee. I would like to tell you a little bit about my business and how my brand really got the exposure of my business. I started roasting my own coffee, and I started out explaining when I first met Alicia how I actually roast my coffee, and she felt like that was very interesting. She never met anyone that actually did their own coffees before. She met people that actually did teas, however, but not coffee. So after meeting her in 2015, we decided to go ahead and do a contract together. However, Miss Alicia Brooks, she did tell me before we start, you need to make sure that you look inside yourself and make sure exactly what you want your brand to represent. And when I went back home, I actually sat down and I thought about that question, what Miss Alicia Brooks actually asked me. And so when I went back to her, I said, Alicia, I am ready to get my brand going. I said, I have looked inside of myself and I know how I feel and want my brand to be. I want it to be high, sophisticated, exquisite, and elegant, and I want to be able to sell it. I remember Miss Alicia Brooks telling me, well, I think you need to brand yourself first before you actually get out there and try to sell your product. And I took a whole year branding my product with Miss Alicia Brooks. And to this day, I am now in all of the 4 Central Peak Mounts with my own coffee shops, and my product is also in Harris Teeter Supermarket. And here's some of my branding that Alicia has come up with all of my designs. And this is our newest one. And the newest one is for the CRVA of Charlotte Visiting Centers downtown Charlotte. And it's called the Queen's Gourmet Dark Rose. Thank you. So, everyone that's listening to me now, if you need a good and excellent branding coach, Miss Alicia Brooks is your person to choose. Miss Alicia Brooks will give you the self-esteem you need for your business branding, your personal branding, and when she does your branding and sit down with you, you know at the end results are going to be excellent.
Hello and welcome back to the 3rd day of the Bigger Bolder You Global Conference. I pray and hope that you got some gems, some nuggets, some value from the speakers. I think they were epic. I think they were amazing. And I learned some more things about me that I thought went away, but it didn't. So I'm grateful for all the speakers. I'm grateful for the team for assisting me in making this happen. So on the first day, I gave you insight on who Alicia is, where she came from, the background, a little bit of history. So you know that where I came from, what I've gone through, to the whole transformational piece. When we don't do the work, that's the hard part. But we have to do the work in order to go to the next level. We have to truly work on us and release all that is not for us and not hold on to that pain. And so Friday night, I shared with you how I intertwined my story, who I am, into my personal brand and how you could do the same. And then tonight, or wherever you are in the world, I am going to share with you how to truly boss up your branding. And so I won't be before you long. I know that it is Saturday and you are ready to hang out with your family and friends. So I do appreciate you spending time with me though. So I want to get started so that you are able to get a better understanding on how to build your boss brand. And I hope you are ready. So let's look at building your confidence. What does that look like? How are you truly building your confidence and walking in your boldness? So we're going to talk about branding like a boss. When it comes to your brand and how you show up in the world, that matters because your brand uniqueness is all about your brilliance, your confidence, and who you are emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Because we all are women and we have femininity, which is a great, great, great trait to have. Now, when we're walking in our femininity, our boldness, we have to do it unapologetically. And when I say that, I totally mean doing it in a way that you are not ashamed of what you are doing, putting out there in the world. So there is no judgment in my life right now at all. I do not judge people. I love people as they are and how they show up. But how you show up doesn't matter. So we have the song, Too Sexy, the Bougie, the Ratchet, all those songs out there. We have, women who are not as confident. And I'm not saying Instagram models or whomever are not confident. I'm not saying that. There are some women, some ladies who are challenged with their self-confidence. And so with that comes low vibration. They have no goals or sense of wanting to accomplish anything. And a lot of them, a lot of women are loud and they have an attitude and they're negative. So we want to change the narrative about us, regardless of what color, race you are. Then we have the other type of ladies, and I'm sure there are more categories. I only want to go over two. You have the classy, the ladylike, the powerful, the ambitious, the professional leader, and she's personable. She's friendly, okay? So being confident in who you are. Now, both of these ladies are beautiful. How you show up is how people are going to perceive you now. I'm just saying that because we can do a lot of things wrong and we can do a lot of things right. But one thing that we do know is once you do it, you can't take it back. So everyone knows Rihanna. She's an epic boss right now because she is doing a daggone thing with her makeup line, her lingerie line, and she's an artist. So she has built her brand over, and she's walking in all of her amazingness. Okay, so then we know who this lady is because she has truly went from looking at and being first lady to writing her own book, Becoming. And if you have not read that book, I suggest you read it. She also has a journal for it too. So Michelle Obama, she's amazing. She's awesome. Like she truly rocks. This is a Black woman who truly rocks. But she did not really I can't say that. She created her own identity. She built her own personal brand after. It's like she came out, she blossomed after she came out the White House. Yes, she was Barack Obama's wife and her daughter's mother, but she came into her own. She started owning her power, owning who she was, confident, and unapologetic and just a bold boss. So I know you all see that too. Regardless of who we are, we can say she has class and style and she has dignity. So I want to ask you a question or a few questions. Defining your personal brand. What does that really mean to you? So what do you do? What do you really, really do? Because I get it. A lot of women, including myself, was really looking at, oh, I can do this, I can do that, but you got to really want to do something in order to stick with it. And so what do you really want to do? And what makes you different? What do you do better than your competition? How can you stand out? What would your customers think about you? And do you speak to parts of the market that your competitors, which I don't like competitors actually, but we all have them in every industry. So what do you do better? What do you speak to that your competitors don't speak to? Because that is truly how we rise and stay above all else when it comes to who we are and building a solid, bold, and bigger brand. You have to know who your contenders are and what goals do you have for your business? What goals do you have for your personal brand? All of this matters. We think that just having a personal brand or a brand is all about colors and logos and all of it. It's more than that. And that's why I'm so grateful that I have created my own brand blueprint and my personal brand intelligence framework. So I can take women from just an idea and how they think about themselves to who they really want to be and walk in that confidently. So this goes to having your own personal brand statement. When I say this, I'm talking about what do you want to be known for? Yes, we have amazing talents that we do, and we have a lot of them, some of us. But what do you really want to be known for in the world? When someone says your name, what is it that you want them to associate you with? So this statement defines what your target audience is and what they can expect to receive from you. This is not a title, nor is this a personal mission or a life's purpose. This is about your personal brand statement. And you're saying, I want to be known for being what? So that I can deliver what? To whom? You're being very clear because this is how you're going to show up. This is the foundation of how you are going to show up in the world as your personal brand, because we wear our personal brands every single day because it's essentially our reputation. So you have to have clear mindset on what you want to be known for and who you want to work with. I'm very clear on that. All right. So I want you to think about that. Now, when it comes to your brand essentials, what is your vision statement? That defines your long-term aspirations, explains why you do what you do, and the ultimate goal and good of what you do to achieve that success. So your vision statement, then you have your mission statement, because your mission statement is going to hold up, have the goals that's going to make that vision come to pass. Your vision statement is huge. It's huge. And if your vision statement is small, you would know that because you can do it by yourself. If you can do it by yourself, then your vision is too small. If your vision is not going to outlast you, your vision is too small. So your mission statement, this defines the purpose of your work and how you intend to have the world on your side, how you intend to rock in this journey, and what you are going to do to accomplish it, the vision statement. And then, of course, your tagline. Your tagline should be 2 to 7 words. We know that Nike has it called, or just do it. So it can be, you don't want a long tagline. So it shares what you do and how people can gather what it is that you say. For instance, my tagline is be and live your brand. I'm big on being ourselves, uniquely ourselves. Not to mention that B is my initials backwards, which, I play on that. I play on words. I put words together. So be and live your brand is my tagline. And so I want you to create what your tagline is and how that stands up for you. Okay. Now, the next thing is knowing who your target market is. Your target market is the overall arching piece of where and who you're going to attract. Then you have your segmentation, which you're breaking that down. And then you have your niche. So in order to narrow it down to your divine clients, is what I call them, these are the ones who get you. You get to work with them and you are excited about waking up every day because you get to do this. It's not that you have to. It's not that you moan and groan about it. You get to do it. It makes you pop up out of bed like toast. So these are the ones who are attracted to you. Everyone is not going to be attracted to you, and that's okay. But they will pay you your worth. They will not try and nickel and dime you. They will not try to get over on you. These are the people who know your worth, they know your value, and they want to work with you. So know who your market is, because you cannot service everybody. And I tell clients all the time, if you are truly trying to be like Walmart and get everybody in, then you're going to be trying to do things for pennies and not truly narrow down your niche. Now, this is so near and dear to my heart because I am big on this. How you enter into the marketplace is how people will perceive you. So this is so big to me because when we have a flea market mentality, which is scarcity and lack, and there's too many competitors, she's doing this just like me. When you have that mentality, when you have the mentality of not investing in your brand and in you, you want to piecemeal things together. You want to go to, there's some great people on Fiverr, but you want to go to Fiverr, and sometimes that's just what you can afford, which is fine. But the mindset behind it. If you want to go and have someone do you a logo on, Word or whatever, you have to learn to invest in your brand. Your brand is the first thing that people are going to see and connect with you. You need to have a brand first before you start marketing anything. So if you have that flea market mentality, 9 times out of 10, you're going to either find something else new to do or you're going to change it over and over and you're not going to be satisfied with it. So I impress upon you to truly invest in your brand. That should be one of the biggest investments in starting out, because that's how people are going to recognize you. That's how people are going to be attracted to you. So then we have the mall level, which is average. So you have money, you can put some money in, but still your mindset is not all the way, leveled up like a boss, brand unique. So I said the mall level is those who know what they want, but they want to try it out first. They don't know if this is how I really want to really do my business. I don't know if this is really how I want to do my brand. And so you are looking at all the things that you can do, and you want to just, put your feet in, but not your whole body in. So you have to have the mindset for this. And then your luxury boutique. Now, these are my cream of the crop clients because they know exactly what they want in their minds. They know that they have to put effort, they have to put an investment into their brand. And the luxury boutique, they have a mindset of those who are, I don't want to work with everybody, which is me. Everybody does not deserve to work with you. You have to have standards. And if you don't have standards, then you'll get the flea market and you'll get some of them all. But the luxury boutique, these are the ones who know who their niche is. They know that they don't want to serve everybody. They have a particular crowd, a particular attraction for their client. And their client has a particular attraction to what they offer. So that luxury mindset means that I'm not trying to service everybody, because I would rather service less people for a higher price as opposed to a low price and trying to get all these pennies and quarters and dollars from everybody. So you have to weigh your mindset and weigh how you want to show up in the world. Either one is fine with me, but I'm totally clear on who my client is. So your personal brand is truly an extension of who you are on the inside. Therefore, what you do, think, and how do you feel, and what do you know to be your worth? You have to understand, know, think, believe, walk in it, that you are worth every dime that you ask for. It goes back to your confidence. You can only go as far as your confidence and your self-esteem allows you to. So you have to know that your personal brand is an extension of you on how you feel about you on the inside. I told you my story. I didn't have that a while ago. I didn't have that. I had to do the work on the inside so that I can show this on the outside. And I know my worth. And so I want to work with ladies who are challenged in that area, because your confidence and your personal brand go hand in hand. Now, I love this right here because I have so many stories for this. Ladies, pricing your worth and value. What does that really mean to you? Because I know when I first started out, I literally, my marketing plans back then were, I think, $1,500. And when someone signed a contract with me, I would only charge them $100. $100 for a deposit to work with me. Which back then, because I have gotten much wiser, back then I would give a whole hour consultation and people would sit with me and try to get all the gems and nuggets from me and don't invest, don't pay me, don't, they'll go implement everything or try to at least. They couldn't do it like I did. They would go try to at least. And then I'm like, okay, is this what we're doing? So I said, well, you can go buy a pair of shoes or some groceries with your $100. That's not an investment. And so I called my business coach and I said, look, I'm so tired of these clients trying to nickel and dime somebody. I'm so tired of these clients doing like, what do they want from me? I said, I can't do this. And he said, Alicia, well, you need to raise your deposit. Raise your deposit, and that will weed out everybody you do not want to work with. So I did. And so I had to learn to stop pricing my services and products based on my feelings. And you do too, ladies. Pricing your product and your services based on your feelings, based on what you think that people can afford. That's none of your business. You're not supposed to be in somebody else's wallet or their purse to see what they can afford and what they cannot afford. That has a lot of ego behind it, actually. Get out of your feelings. Business is a business. Your feelings are your feelings. Keep them separate. Just like you keep family and friends separate from your business. Sometimes they really just don't work. Okay? They just don't work. So I want you to stop looking at how you feel and price yourself on that. Because I want to give you some insight on pricing your value. So pricing your value goes back to, you would want to look at, I have like 4 major things, but there's several. Your expertise. Can you put a price on your expertise? All of the time you go into college, you've studied, you've done the research, you've done the trial and error, you've done it all. Can you actually put a price on that? Can you actually put a price on your intellectual property? What's in your head? I don't think so. I think it's really, really valuable. Can you put a price on your time? You have to stop trading dollars for your time, which I am talking to myself. Hence is why the Bigger Bolder You conference is here, because I'm not doing one-on-ones anymore, because that's not worth my time. It's not worth my expertise. And I know, I told you at 15, I was called to women globally across nations. So I could not do that, continuously do that one-on-one. So your time, your intellectual property, your status, your lifestyle, you have to look at all of those things. You have bills, you have children or not, and you have a lifestyle that you want to maintain amongst all these other things that you would want to do. So price your value and get out of other people's wallets. Now, your messaging is key. Speak directly to your niche's pain points and share how you are the best person to solve that. What have you gone through? What's the tone? What's your voice? What's your benefits and features? You want to know that and share that in your messaging. So I go from taking you from your brand and mission and vision to, yes, your logo, voice, and tone, to your brand story and reputation, to your beliefs, core values, and your company culture. You are the CEO, so you set the company culture. If you have clients or not, you set that, okay? Then you have pricing and promotion, and then your brand strategy. These are the components. They're not all of them, but these are the main components of your brand strategy. Now, when you look at your personal brand, and I do this for business brands too, but this is for your personal brand, you want to look at your strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats. This is just called a SWOT analysis. Your strengths, I'm not going to read the whole thing because your strengths are unique to you. It's your brilliance. It's what makes you different. Then we have our weaknesses, things that we're not good at, things that you need to get a team for, which I recognize a whole lot about me. And then you look at your opportunities. What opportunities do you have in the big scheme of things? And think big about it. Don't think small. And then, of course, your threats. What threats do you have? What's harming your business? And I can tell you, everybody across the world has experienced truly the pandemic. So don't just look up the small things. Delivering your brand. What does that look like? Looking at potential opportunities, your lead generation, your authentic relationships. Relationships are so key. Collaborations and partnerships are so key. You have to see who you can partner with. You go further when you do it with someone else and not alone. Looking at getting government certified. Getting government certified, I have all the government certifications. No, not all of them, a lot of them. And they afford you a lot because the government buys just like other businesses and consumers. So then you want to look at this, like a virtual summits and conferences, so that you are able to show up. You're able to get people on your stage and you're able to make a bigger impact. So the Bigger Bolder You conference is what you are attending. Hello. And of course, you got to brand it the way you want to brand it. Right. So other things to do to boss up your brand confidently. There is content is king, queen. You have ads, you have funnels, you have automation, digital products, evergreen models. I can tell you all, I have worked that out, tried to do that for years. And I was like, I need a team. Absolutely need a team. Trying to do all that, not anymore. I'm grateful. And then, of course, you have social media, which Clubhouse is the new raving thing. So if you're not on there, or if you don't have an iPhone, that would not be helpful. So then you have show up consistently with value. What do you have? What value do you have? Your IG Reels now, your IGTV, the lives, all these other platforms, but you want to be on the platforms where your clients are. I don't think you have to be everywhere. You just be where your clients are the most, because we can waste a lot of time on social media. Social media can bring in dividends and dollars. Get your own app. Get your own app, because I tell you, and I'll probably say this again, if any of the social media goes down, do you actually have their emails? Do you actually have a platform that you own yourself and you can connect and vibe with your community, your tribe? So getting your own app is another big thing. And of course, a website. Your website should totally represent who you are. You have to have one. It's like your real estate and technology. You get to bring people to your website off of the social media so that you can connect to them. Because otherwise, it's like you are renting space on other platforms. They own it, not you. Just saying. So then you have the content, your white papers, your toolboxes, your resources, videos, all the great things that you do and can do. You can put it out there so that it outlives you. Your kids and your grandkids can go back to see what you've done. That's a great part about it. But also it makes you credible. So being a guest speaker, having speaking engagements, books, texting and email, all of these are the same things that we already know, but it's how you are showing up. Nowadays, because of the pandemic, everyone is at home. Or people have gone back to work now, but people are at home on their phones, on their devices. So it's great to have the content so that you can get in front of them. Collect emails and cell numbers. It's not only a private list that you have, but you get to connect with them. Relationships, connections, and engagement. That's key. That's totally key. Now, so I want to ask you, what is working for you? What is not working for you? Are you a little bit confused about what to do next? How you really want to show up? What does your brand really stand for? Because when we are not clear, we're not confident. And when we're not confident, we will shrink back, we will watch everybody else, and we will not show up, not even show up for ourselves. So what is working for you and what is not? So are you looking at the confused, like, I don't know what I'm doing? You're looking at someone sideways, like, oh my gosh, like, how is she doing that? Like, I need to figure that out. And then you have the woman who is, you feel like I'm just ugly. I have nothing to wear, nothing to do. My confidence is down the drain. And people think I post pictures just to be posting them. I post them for a reason, because there are so many women that come into my DM. I get messages, I get calls. How do you do that? I need to know how to be bold and confident and walk in my strength and have positive vibes and full of love. How do you do that? So I don't post pictures just for me to be posting. I post it because I'm doing it for others, because they need to see someone doing it. All right, so how do you see yourself? How do you see yourself confidently? What does she look like? I need you to get a vision in your mind of what you look like, being the best and bigger, bolder you. What does that look like? And I want you to write that down in a journal and truly be authentic. Say what you want. Be so vivid that you can clearly see it. All right? Now, you should always truly invest at the level in which you want to see the return on investment on you. And so it's an investment, not a cost. You have to invest in leveling up you, your brand, and your business, and of course, your life. So what does that look like for you? How are you going to invest in you? Because you are worth it. You are absolutely worth it. So I can go on and on, but I don't want to belabor you because I still have some amazing people after me. But I would like to know, and you would like to know too, do you want to know how you can work with me? I would love to work with some awesome women because I know what it's like. I know where you've been. I probably not have walked all in your shoes, but we all have stories. We all have trials and tribulations and things that we have gone through that has shaped our lives. And a lot of it has to do with our confidence. And so I have different options for you to work with me on. Now, this is the launch of my babies. I mentioned that I'm going from one to one to many. And so, what does that look like for you? I have the membership, the Brand Her Essence membership. It's a monthly membership. It's Journey to Purpose. You will get a monthly masterclass, Branique worksheets, a swag box, and an epic experience every month. This program is truly about developing and starting somewhere. It's about looking at all of where you want to go, but starting small because you probably don't know me, but you are wanting to get to know me. So that's fine. And it's at a price point that people can afford. Then I have the masterclass, the Brand Her Masterclass. It is the Sisterhood of Success. It is all about who you want to be and how you want to show up. And we have a weekly masterclass. We have a virtual monthly retreat so we can get stuff done. The level up level your life book club, because I love to read. I love to read amazing books and I love sharing it too. So then we have the Success Sisterhood Network. Now, I didn't put everything on here. I'm going to take you over to the page and I want you to go over to the page too, to brandheressence.com, which is the makeover. Now, there are so many goodies in this package. And I can't wait to show you. So we're going to pop over to Brand Her Essence in just a second, if you haven't already gone there. Brand Her Essence. I know where you are, where you've been. This was me. This was me. We feel overworked. We feel underpaid. Don't have the confidence, but I can tell you what. It's nothing like having your own. Building it from the ground up. It's nothing like having your own. I'm not saying to quit your jobs or anything because I've worked for people. However, it's pride in working for yourself and having a business. Now, I'm going to be very clear before I take you over to this page because I'm clear on who I am. I'm clear on who I want to work with. I would love to work with you if you are the right client. So, I'm not for you if you're not truly committed to yourself and you're not really to go to the next level and bet on you. So, I can't be an adult babysitter. And so, I want you to show up. I want you to rock. I want you to win every day. And so that does entail changing our mindset. So I want you to know that it's okay. We can get you there. I can get you there. My team can get you there. But you have to be willing to be committed. If you're not ready to truly level up, and a lot of times people are like, Alicia is like over the top sometimes. No, I want to do business in excellence. I want everyone to have a piece of the American dream if that's the case. But I don't do mediocre. So we'll work on the limiting beliefs, but you got to be ready. And I understand what it's like to struggle. I understand what it's like not to have. I understand what it's like to be a single mom or starting over after divorce or whatever. I understand that. So I want you to look at how you can invest in you. But if you have necessities first, you need to look at that. Okay, so I'm excited because it's time to invest in you. It's time to choose and commit to you. And I would love you to work with me on any level because I have a plan for everyone. And everyone can't get in, that's fine. Your time is coming. But I have a plan for everyone. So I know the Bigger Bolder You Global Conference is all about taking your purpose off pause and your voice off mute. That is the whole essence of Bigger Bolder You Global Conference. So I know I would love to get you in the love seat, but I want to take you over to the website for a really quick second. The Brand Her Essence Mastermind. This is my baby, one of my babies. And here you can read the page, but I want to take you down to this page. Number one is I created a system. I've created the Brand Her Essence makeover that includes a dual training system, which is personal mastery and my personal brand intelligence framework. So we're working on the inside and the outside. That, my friend, is different. And I want you to be different. I want you to walk in your own power. So here, there's so many goodies, so many goodies. The Brand Her Essence weekly mastermind, which is live with me. She's So Bold, She's So Brilliant celebrity session. I will have ladies come in who are rocking it in their industry. A certification, I'm not going to read all of these. A pitch branding showcase. The Driven by Destiny Retreat Secret Destination. The Brand Her Authorship Initiative. You will be a part of, yes, an upcoming book. An upcoming book. All right. The ability to have affirmations and create your own affirmation book with me. And of course, all the blueprints and things, but you get so much more. You can read all of this, okay? So the whole system, the whole program, curriculum is 6 months. And we will go through all this. I didn't want to put everything on here, but let me go over here to my building your personal brand. So we have something for everyone. The Brand Her Journey to Purpose experience, which is $97 a month. Launch special. So the investment before that and after that is $167 with the swag bag. And then you get the monthly. You get me one time monthly. You get the worksheets and all that good stuff. That is the smallest package I have for you. But you get a swag bag, a swag box quarterly from me with all of my favorite things from women that are in the group and women who are friends of mine who I want to really support, because it's all about supporting each other. If you have a product or a service, I want to pour back into you. So I will be choosing those. Then the Brand Her Essence Sisterhood of Success Experience. Here is a package just for you if you want to still do the weekly, monthly masterclass. Sorry. The checklist, the templates, the podcast, being a guest on the podcast, doing a virtual retreat monthly, having a mentor. You have access to me through Slack 24/7. You have the Sisterhood Success Network, and you have the book club. Not to mention, you'll get to be one of my speakers too, perhaps, maybe, but you will get VIP tickets. And then here is the baby. So for the Woman of Power, you would have to do an interview with me to get in to see if you are willing and able and are ready to go and take you and your brand and your business to the next level. So there will be an application process and an interview process for this one. So in addition to all of this great, amazing things, you will be able to pick either which one you want. I will love on you regardless. It does not matter. You will always get the authentic Alicia, regardless of which one you are going to choose. But I would love to work with you. I would love to win in this world with you, because this is the year of the woman. And I'm excited about what we can do and are going to do. It's time for us to truly walk in our power. It's time for us to truly be who we are. It's time for us to love on ourselves, to choose us, to invest in us, and to walk boldly, confidently, have the right mindset, open the doors for the right opportunities to become a bigger, bolder version of you. I want to do that together. I want us to truly walk in who we are and not feel ashamed or down or any of that, because we have our own Brandique brilliance. We have our own way of doing things. We have a way of showing up and showing up big. So I want you to join me in working with me at whatever level you desire. I truly am going to give you all of me. I will pour out all of me in every last one of them. So for the first 100 or the first ones in the next 48 hours, you will get the specials. As you see on the page, decide which one you want, choose which one you want, and make it happen. This is the year of you. This is the year of choosing you and walking in your bigger, bolder version of you. So don't make it where you regret it, because I want you to win. I truly want you to win. And the time is now. So I will not belabor you any longer. We have some other amazing guests and speakers. And so I want to say thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you, every last one of you. Still, you can still join the Facebook group, The Bigger, Bolder You Facebook group, and I will be there as well. So have a great day, evening, night, wherever you are. And remember to be and live your brand. Mwah.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic break. Did you get an opportunity to go over to brandheressence.com? If not, you really missed out on some gems. So make sure that you write that URL down and go over there to brandheressence.com. Alicia Brooks is a great friend of mine, and I know that you are ready to be in her capable hands. We have had 3 amazing days. I don't know about you, but I have been sitting here taking copious notes throughout the entire process because we started off on day 1. This is who I was, but this is who I am now. And then we moved into day 2, and day 2 was all about building up, branding up, and blowing up, right? Being the bigger, the bolder, and the best version of you. And now it is all about day 3. So what is occurring? What is happening in day 3? Now that you've transformed, you got your mind right, you're ready to move forward, you're beginning to build your brand, whether that is your personal and your business or your business brand. And now it is time for you to take all that you have learned, all that you have done, and begin to monetize on it. Because guess what? It doesn't mean a hill of beans if it doesn't go into the bank account and affect the bottom line. You know, I really love what Les Brown always says. He's a great mentor of mine. And he says, you know what? Everybody says that money isn't the best thing, but you know what? I want to find out for myself, right? So don't tell me about, hey, money can't cure everything. Money doesn't make you happy. I want to be able to make that determination for myself. And I'll come back and let you all know once we complete the ride, if it does or if it doesn't. So my name is E.R. Spalding, and I am the founder of Black Woman Startup. And I'm so excited to be here with you today. We are going to have an amazing time in the amount of time that we have together. It's not a lot, but what I am going to give you is going to be power packed. So if you have not downloaded your digital notebook, go ahead and do that. If you are kind of, new school, you'll be able to type right in it. But if not, go ahead, grab the pen, piece of paper, because note takers are money makers. And now it is time to make sure that we are converting, right, your brand into profit. I'm going to say that again, and I'm going to do it a little slower. We are focusing on turning your brand into profits. So I hope that you are ready. I'm going to give you a few seconds. Go ahead while I'm getting all of my things together, because I got some goodies up my sleeve. All right, so let's go ahead and get started, because this is all about becoming a badass billing machine. You will hear me say it over and over and over again that, hey, it's about becoming a badass billing machine. Now, I always like to think about your personal brand and your business brand as a twofer, right? You get 2 for the price of 1 when you are doing it right. And because you are going to be doing it right, you will have the success that you seek. Because guess what? All success in life comes down to principles and formulas. Write that down. All success in life comes down to principles and formulas. If you know the truth about a thing, right? If you can get to the essence and the heart and understand the principle, the truism, the beliefs that govern it, then you can manipulate it and create a formula to do anything that you want me to do. So say, Spalding, can you prove that? All right, absolutely. Because I believe in show and tell, right? So I'm going to tell you some things, and then I'm going to show you some things to go ahead and back that up. So there is this principle called gravity, right? I think it was Newton who discovered it. There's this thing called gravity. And so gravity states that what goes up must come down. It doesn't matter who you are, what you are, inanimate or living objects. If you go up, you must come down. Well, we went in and we began to, 1, identify what the principle was. 2, we studied what the principle was. Why? So that we can build a formula to do what? To defy, if we wanted to, or live inside of that. What does that mean? What that means is that we built airplanes. Airplanes defy gravity for a certain period of time because there is a specific formula that we are utilizing it. So becoming a badass billing machine, this really is the science of converting prospects into profits. All right, so let's go ahead and move forward. In a world of product or service-based profits, it really comes down to two groups of individuals. You have those one-hit wonders, Milli Vanilli, or you have the billing machines. And the billing machines are the things that go cha-ching, cha-ching, over and over and over and over and over again with regularity. Now, I'm not an advocate of McDonald's, but one thing that I do know for certain is that it is a billing machine. 24 hours a day, you can drive through the drive-through at some places. 6 o'clock in the morning, they have some biscuits buttering for you. You can go and get coffee at 9 o'clock at night. They have a billing machine that they have built, and people go there every single day. It is literally a $1 trillion industry. So now that we are here, we are talking about the presentation that you have. In Alicia's talk a little bit before, she was asking the question, now, how do you want to present yourself? Are you going to be classy, or is your brand less than classy? And there is no judgment there. There is no judgment absolutely at all. Harley Davidson, they have a brand and they present themselves in a particular way. They're like, yeah, you ride this hog. We have nothing but badasses that walk inside of Harley Davidson. They are edgy, they are on fire, and they are continuing to be cutting edge in the industry that they're in. But they present themselves in a particular way. Now, on the other side, you have Tiffany. Now, Tiffany is refined. She is elegant. She says, hey, we've even created our own color. It doesn't matter where you fall in the spectrum, but you just have to know what it is that you are presenting so that you can show up in that way consistently over and over and over again. Now, what your presentation is, how you present yourself, your personal brand or your business brand, it's all about the publicity that you get, the promotion that you get, and the interaction that you have with the public. See, how you present yourself is the way that individuals initially begin to connect or not with you. Make sense? All right, so I really have a question for you, and I want you to lean in really, really close. What's your plan? Right? What's your plan to profit from the personal or the business brand that you are building? Because in that, you have to do three things. You have to promote, you have to pitch, and you must, above everything else, profit in all that you do. So I'm not here because I'm telling you something that you don't already know, but maybe you don't know that there are individuals who sometimes go underwater trying to do what you've been able to do. You may be sitting there and saying to yourself, hey, you know what? I've bought way too many things. I'm not seeing a profit in my business. I'm not seeing anyone respond to me in terms of my personal brand. I'm looking out there in the world and I'm seeing individuals who I deem to be less talented, less skilled, less experienced, and they're making money, right? I've got 20-year-olds running circles around me, right, on TikTok and trying to figure out how they're bringing in all of this income. You are over ready to start making a profit with what you do, showing up in the world as the biggest and the boldest and the baddest version of who you are. Because at this point in time, you're like, okay, I've been coached by some people and I haven't made it through. I'm cash poor at this particular point in time, so I have no more money to spend. If any of those things have fallen into your wheelhouse, then guess what? We're having a real conversation here, and this is absolutely for you. So again, allow me to introduce myself. My name is E.R. Spalding. But the powerful question of the day is, why in the world should you care, right? And so I just want you to know that I mastered getting the degree, right? But I didn't master in the beginning getting the money. I went to college, I graduated, I got my bachelor's degree, I got my master's degree, and I went from making multiple six figures to 4 figures. And then I went from 4 figures to the welfare line. Yes, I am here to say that I had a master's degree in business. And when I went to start my own business, I then went from making multiple six figures to the welfare line. So there's a whole lot of things that happened in between. But at the end of the day, can you imagine how my self-esteem was affected as a result of that? Talk about someone's confidence being shook to the core. Because I went from being employed to an entrepreneur to eligible for welfare. I was turning in my slip saying, yes, may I get food stamps? And this is no slight to anyone who has ever had to go and apply for public assistance, because that was my journey. But I'm here to tell you that you don't have to stay there. You don't even have to make that transition. And so one of the things that I realized in the deepest and darkest moments of my life is that the world is full of smart and talented and brilliant women. I was one of them. And at that point in time, I had never truly realized my value inside of the marketplace. And so as I began to transform my mind to go from this is who I was to this is who I am, and I began to build my personal brand and build my business brand, I wind up creating Black Woman Startup. And I did that because I really wanted to help and support women from going from their career into cash flow positive businesses. Now that's a steep step, right? Because in your business, in your career, you are showing up, you are talented, you are skilled, you have all of these things that you've developed. And then you go into business and you go broke. Well, time out, it's over for that. So in today's training, what you are going to learn, which is what I teach all of my clients all of the time, is how you can become a badass billing machine and become the bold, the brave, the beautiful, the brilliant woman that you were always designed and meant to be. So you are a badass billing machine. That's the first thing that I want you to get into your mind, that you are a badass billing machine, or at least you will be by the time we finish this training, right? You will be a badass billing machine by the time we reach this training. So I want you to repeat after me, because I believe that if you affirm a thing, you manifest a thing, right? I am a badass billing machine. Go ahead and say it with me. I am a badass billing machine. I am a badass billing machine. Go ahead and write that down. Repeat it to yourself over and over and over again, because that is absolutely true, and it is you. So please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is E.R. Spalding, and I am the founder of a tribe of badass Black women who are building their fortune through their brilliance, through being the biggest, the boldest, and the baddest versions of themselves. We're getting ready to go ahead and get started. So let's do first things first, next things never. I want to remind you that you are always a badass billing machine, and you just didn't know it. It was always inside of you. That seed, that feeling, that yearning that you had was always there. Now, you are a badass billing machine, and at this point in time, you just might not have gotten paid for it. So let's go over what the definition of a badass is. Badass equals the brilliance that lies inside of you, the brilliance in how you show up, the brilliance in everything that you bring. When you walk into a room, you light up the stage. That is what being a badass is. Badass is also getting paid to do and be just you. That is what being a badass is. We are here, we're making connections, and at the end of the day, you can make $1 and a difference at the same time. So there are 4 phases. How many phases? There are 4 phases to becoming a badass billing machine. So let's get started. Again, we are on a roll here because we don't have a lot of time. So phase number 1 is the pitch. We're only going to go through one of these phases today. It's the pitch. Now, the pitch represents the vision you have for the individuals that you were called to serve. You have your personal brands now. You have your business brand now. Alicia talked about having a vision, and having a vision so big that you got to pull other individuals inside of that vision, because if it is something that you can do by yourself, guess what? It's not big enough. But what is the vision that you have for the people that you were called to serve? Because in that, you must sell the vision and position the product. See, a lot of times, one of the reasons, I'll start with me, right? Talking about me. One of the reasons why I was in the welfare line is because I was pushing a product versus positioning the vision. I was pushing the product instead of positioning and selling the vision. So let's talk a little bit more about that. The vision is helping them see what you see for them. The vision is helping them see what you see for them. Now, this is going to feel a little funny, but I want you to loosen up just a little bit. As you can tell, hey, I'm going to get right and jump right in there, right? I want you to say, I must help them see what I see for them. Go ahead and do it with your hands. I must help them see what I see for them. You're right. Okay, repeat after me one last time. I must help them see what I see for them. If you don't have a vision for those individuals that you were called to serve, then you weren't meant to serve them. I remember the first time I got Shy. Shy is my 4-legged fur baby. I love him to the moon and back. But when he was about 4 weeks old, and I got him when he was 3, he was malnourished. He, was skinny. You could see his ribs all on the side. And so I walked into the pet store and we were trying to figure out what was going to be the best brand to make sure that he got healthy, that he didn't have any more defects or whatever. And so the person that was standing in there, I could have walked in and he could have been like, hey, okay, you just need dog food. Let me go ahead and give you Purina. But what he did is that he stood there and he began to ask me questions. And he said, okay, Spalding, well, what is it that you see for Shy? And I was like, well, I want him to grow up healthy. I want him to be big and strong. We don't know what breed he is, but I've got some DNA testing going on, and I just want to ensure that he has a long, long life. And then he says, and you want to see him running out in the wilderness. At this time, I was living in Atlanta, so really, really woodsy. And I'm like, yeah, I want to be able to see him do that. And you want to make sure that he has a healthy coat and that his eyes are vibrant and that his joints live as long as they possibly can without ailments, free from cancer and all of these different things. You want him out there standing on the mountaintop, going up to Stone Mountain and howling like, oh, right? Like he is king of the throne. And I said, yes, absolutely. I want that. And he said, well, then the only way to go is to get raw dog food, because raw mimics the most natural environment that he can have, because dogs are descendants of wolves. And I said, you're right. He was helping me see what I saw for Shy. He had a vision for me. Now, for those of you who don't have pets, raw food is 3.5 times more expensive than the other kibble that they give you. But he's been on raw dog food since he was a pup, because he sold the vision and then he positioned the product. Does that make sense? All right, so let's go into this. So we have the pitch. Now the pitch has 4 elements to it. The pitch has 4 elements. So 4 is going to be a critical number here, right? There are 4 phases, and then we have 4 elements to the pitch. Now you have your big, bold claim. Now your big, bold claim has 4 elements inside of it. 1, when you have a big, bold claim, you want to ask a question. You want to state a promise. You want to have a unique identifier inside of there. And then what is your power statement? So when you are asking a question, you remember that story he asked me, well, what is it that you see in terms of the life that you want Shy to have? Right. And so when you're dealing with and pitching and selling the vision, you want to begin asking a question so that you can get an idea and get inside of the mind of those individuals that you were called to serve. And then you want to state a promise, just like the salesman did. He was in there saying, okay, this will ensure that he will have healthy joints, healthy bones moving into the future, barring there being any other hereditary things. And then there was a unique identifier. That unique identifier was that he wanted to ensure that for his breed, he grew up big and strong. Right? That he wanted to be the alpha. And then there was a power statement that was inside of there, standing at the top of the mountain. And for everyone, that may be different, right? A power statement is being a bigger, bolder version of you. When we begin to look at the unique identifier, right? Alicia talked about all the time, I only want individuals who I was called to serve. And that is primarily women, right? And she stated a promise, give yourself 6 months to a year, and watch how you begin to turn your life around. So when you are thinking about your pitch, you want to make sure that you have these 4 elements in there so that you really have a big, bold claim at the end of the day. Step number 2, you want to also make sure that you talk about the bigger benefits. So the bigger benefits is the statement of with them, right? I know it sounds crazy, but at the end of the day, we all heard it. What's in it for me? Right? What is in it for me? So in that, when you talk about benefits are different than features, right? A feature provides you with the formula of something, but a benefit actually delves beneath the surface and it begins to tell you what happens as an outcome of the feature. So success won't be elusive to you. That's a benefit, right? No one really cares about 2 + 2 = 4, but why is 4 important to me? 4 is important to me. The 4 benefits and of your statement, your big, bold claim, and now we're going into the biggest benefit, is that you will have a more powerful pitch so that at the end of the day, you will be profitable. But profitable can also just be kind of a feature. Why do I want to be profitable? So I can spend more time with my family, right? So I don't have to be running around or doing things that don't serve me. I can have someone come into my home and clean it so that I can stay focused on transforming the lives that I was called to serve, right? Cash flow positive business is a feature, but the benefit is I don't want to feel like I'm an intern in my own business, like you just doing stuff for free. Everybody remembers that coming out of high school and college, those internships that you did, right? Who wants to be an adult intern? So when you think about the benefits in talking to your tribe, you want to ensure that you are letting them know and you are digging beneath the surface of what a feature is. Got it? All right. Step 3 is the biggest results. And when we start talking about the biggest results, what is ultimately the goal? Is it being successful and fulfilled? Alicia's is being the biggest and the boldest you ever, right? Living life by design, not by default. Mine has always been, you're going to become a badass billing machine, right? Breaking it in moment after moment after moment. And step number 4, when you are doing your pitch, you always want to ensure that above all else, you add value before requesting value. Right? That's a huge one. And that was a mistake that I was making in the beginning. I was putting a product out there and I was requesting value before I even gave value. So this is why it's important that your brand, your personal and your business brand show up in places and spaces where you are doing webinars, where you're doing podcasts, where you are giving out free content. All of these things begin to build and give value. You're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, you're on TikTok. And what are you doing? You are giving value. You are showing up. For those who have an iPhone on Clubhouse, Androids, it's coming, I'm sure. Don't be that. And it's really important to give value before requesting value, because price only matters in the absence of value. I want you to write that down. Price only matters in the absence of value. See, when I was talking with that representative at the pet store, he had given me so much value about the life that Shai was going to have, about the benefit. He answered all of my questions. He had a power statement. We had a life. We were up on Stone Mountain. Shai was howling. He was giving me value, 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 value. And as I stated, 3.5 times the price of normal dog food, because price only matters in the absence of value. All right, so now that we've got all of those basics out the way of what needs to be included in terms of the elements of the pitch, I want you to be aware that there are 4 types of pitches. And I know I'm going fast, and you can always go back and get the video vault with the Bigger Bolder You conference, and you can come back and make sure that you grab all of this information. So there are 4 types of pitches. How many? 4. I told you to write down the number 4 because it was going to be valuable. So there's the person-to-person pitch. Now, I know in this pandemic, in the era of COVID, that's been a little bit more difficult, but it's okay. I don't want you to just be locked into a person-to-person pitch, meaning that we have to be sitting across from one another. Someone has to be in your office, or you're sitting with someone inside of, a Starbucks or something like that. Person-to-person can be over the phone, right? Really what that means is that it's a one-to-one pitch, meaning that you're just talking to one individual. And when you're doing that, there are certain elements that you want to ensure are in place when you're talking to the one person. Now, then there is the presentation style pitch. Now, the presentation style pitch is perfect for small and large groups of people. You can do stage presentations, right? Now, we say all the world is a stage, right? The entire world is an oyster and your stage. So right now, if you are in virtual land and you're doing a webinar, that is a type of stage presentation. Even if you're doing an automated webinar, conference calls where there are multiple people on the line and you are on the other side. Again, when we think about a presentation style pitch, it is one to many. So we have person to person, one to one, and then we have the presentation style pitch. And the presentation style pitch is one individual to many individuals, whatever the platform is. Then there is the digital sales pitch. Now, the digital sales pitch is all about what is your presence that happens in the digital land, right? So one of the ways, it could be a landing page, it could be a website, it could be a funnel. All of those are digitized versions of your pitch, because individuals get to come and take a moment with you without you being there, right? The presence of your digital profile is there, and individuals get to engage in a very specific and unique way. So there is the digital pitch sales page. And then there is the commercial pitch. Now, the commercial pitch is what happens when you pre-record something and it is put out over radio, maybe YouTube ads, Facebook ads, television. So you have the commercial style pitch. Those pitches are really truncated. They're really short. You've got to really hone in on your message because you only have 30 to 90 seconds in many instances to capture someone's attention. And depending upon the medium, meaning is it television? Is it made for Facebook? Is it Instagram? That will determine the time limit that you have in order to give your pitch. But it is still a commercial style pitch, which is very pointed, very directed, and you have to have a lot of elements in a very short amount of time and in a very limited amount of space. Does that make sense? So when you are pitching, right, whether it is your personal brand, you, or your business brand, you must choose the right pitch format. Now, my recommendation for everyone is that you have all four of those ready and at your disposal at any given point in time, right? You have, if there is someone on the phone, or if you are meeting someone in person when it's a one-to-one interaction, do you have that on tap? Do you have it available to you? Do you have that person-to-person pitch? Or if someone called you up and said, hey, I'm having a conference, as many of you may do in the future, right? I'm having a conference. I'd love for you to come and speak. Do you have that presentation style pitch ready so that you can speak to many individuals all at the same time? Or when you are doing a commercial style pitch, when someone says, hey, I want to have a pitch and I want to make sure that I can play it during the commercial break. Do you have that readily available to you? Or do you have your digital pitch sales page ready so that individuals who are surfing the net, who accidentally come across you, or you have very directed things pointing to it, do you have all of those elements ready? So this is really not a choice. It is not an either or. It is a both and, all four of those things. And you must determine the environment that you're going in, and you have to be able to scale in a particular way in order and determine what is going to be the right pitch format for you. So there is a pitch workflow that you must understand so that you can jump in and you can jump out. Now, remember, I told you that all success in life comes down to what? Principles and formulas, right? So the principle is that you must have a pitch workflow. The formula is, in what order do I use it? If I am speaking with individuals in a presentation style pitch, there would be this initial interaction, but then I send them over to a digital pitch page to say, these are the things that I'm doing. You can go ahead and check that out a little bit further. Or if there is a commercial style pitch that you do there, then how do you transition individuals so that maybe you can do a person-to-person pitch? So do you have some type of way to get them and transition them back to another formula or medium that you have? All of these things are vitally important, because if you don't have a pitch process, then at the end of the day, you're really winging it. You're really hoping to be profitable, right? Because the quality of your pitch, it directly correlates to your profitability. So when we are in this space and trying to become a badass billing machine, if you don't have a pitch workflow, and in that pitch workflow, what? You are talking about the big, bold claim, right? If you are not talking about the benefits, if you're not addressing that, if you are not telling individuals how they can have the biggest results with you, right? That's number 3. And the fourth thing is, if you are not adding value before requesting value, then you're just out there loosey-goosey, just winging it. All right. And we're going to stop that. You are not going to do that in the biggest and the boldest, and I add on baddest versions of yourself. So I have a little something for you. This is the Pitch to Profitability Index. It is my free gift to you. It is because you showed up, you stayed all 3 days, you kept coming back, ingesting the information because you were ready to transform who you were until who you are now. You were ready to show up and build a brand to be the boldest version of yourself. And now you're ready to take that brand and become a badass billing machine so you can bank your brilliance. So with that being said, I want you to go ahead and text the word profit. Go ahead and text the word profit to 773-993-1652. Text the word profit to 773-993-1652. What's going to happen is that you're going to get a digital download. And in that digital download, it will have your Pitch to Profitability Index. It'll ask you a few questions, and inside of that, once you get down to the bottom, you have the ability to rate yourself and to see exactly where you fall in the scale. Does that make sense? I really, really hope that that made sense. Listen, my name is E.R. Spalding, and I run a tribe of badass women who are filling machines over and over and over again. My unique identifier is that I work with Black women who are moving from their career into cash flow positive businesses so that they can live the lives that they were always meant and designed to live. With that being said, that is my time with you. I truly appreciate me and you spending a little time together. Please enjoy the remainder of the conference. And I do believe another great friend of mine, Miss Donna Izzard, the DI, is coming right behind, and she is going to be talking about the bees and how you can be unapologetic with all of your bees. So stay tuned. She's coming right up. That is my time with you. I am so honored, grateful, and thankful that you are here with me. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Bigger, bolder, you. What does that mean? Bigger, bolder, you. Can I share with you my bigger, bolder, you story? Well, let me first introduce myself. I am Donna Izzard, the unstoppable Black woman. That's me. Embracing my bees unapologetically. And you say, what are the bees? Black, beautiful, brilliant, bold, and business-minded. Unstoppable Black woman, that's me. But today, I'm going to share with you bigger, bolder, you. My bigger, bolder, you story. And how being able to fully walk out in your bigger, bolder you, and how that relates to having a bigger, bolder bank statement. They call me the DI. They call me the DI, disruptive innovator, divine instigator. That's me. And let me share with you how I came into a bigger, bolder bank statement. How did that resonate with me? There was a time when I first got into this entrepreneur space, the coaching space, and, you know, I'm a woman of faith, and so I wasn't comfortable. I was not comfortable with charging people for my wisdom. I wasn't comfortable in charging people for my gift. I wasn't comfortable in charging people my value. I wasn't comfortable. I wasn't comfortable. I was not comfortable. And then I remember as I started to invest in myself and to invest in the businesses. When I started investing and I started going to different workshops and different master classes and different conferences, something happened to me. Something happened to me. I got a revelation that the people that I was purchasing from, they didn't know as much as I did. But guess what they did know? They knew how to be bold. They knew how to be bold. They knew how to walk as a bigger, bolder you. They knew how. So that was the difference between them and me. And so I had that revelation. And I said, wait a minute. I'm bold. I said I was bold, but I wasn't acting at my boldness. I was playing small. So it was time to be bigger. It was time to be bold. It was time to be a bigger, bolder you. It was time for me to be a bigger, bolder you. I had to get into position. But that could only happen. When I had to do something. You see, I may be speaking to maybe some of you, maybe not all of you. Maybe some of you, you operate in your full bigness. You operate in your full boldness. And so this message may not be for you, but there are some who are like me, playing small, surely not acting out as a bigger, bolder person, surely not acting out. And so when I realized that there was something that I had to do, and there is something that you have to do. And do you know what that something? You know what? It sounds simple, but it's real. It sounds simple, and it may even be something small to you, but it wasn't anything small. It was something that I had to do. And do you know what that's something? The first thing that I had to do, I had to make a decision. You have to make a decision to play all the way out. You have to make a decision that you're going to be bigger. You have to make a decision that you're going to stop playing small. You have to make a decision that you're going to walk into your boldness. You got to make a decision. And so I had to make a decision. And because I'm a believer, I believe that I was created in the image of God. So because I'm a believer, I realized, guess what? It was a bold God who created me. And if I was created in the image, in his image, then I had to be bold. I had to get bigger. I had to stop playing small. And I had to walk fully out into my bigger, bolder self. What about you? Are you ready to make a decision? Are you ready to stop playing small? Are you ready to be bold? And when you make that decision, to fully walk into that bigger, bolder self, when you make that decision, trust me, it will affect your bank account. Let me give you an example. Because I was playing small, I wasn't charging what I was worth because I was playing small. I wasn't charging what I was worth. And so when I made a decision to walk into my bigger, bolder self, my bank account was affected because I made a decision that I would no longer play small. I made a decision that I would walk boldly. I made a decision. So What did I do? I made a decision that I would no longer play small. I made a decision that I would put a price on my services and how I served you. And when I made that decision, my bank account was changed. Yes. I'm not going to play small. No, it's time for me to walk into my full boldness. What about you? What about you? And see, I had to do something. I had to do something. And it's a quote that I have that I often say. It's my quote. I had to change the picture. I had to change the picture in my mind of how I saw myself. I had to change the picture in my mind of how I saw my business. So the quote goes, change the picture, your performance will change. And then your profits change. Did you get that? Change the picture, your performance will change. And then your profits change. You see, I had to change the picture in my mind of how I saw myself. I had to change the picture in my mind of how I saw the business. I had to change the picture. And when I changed the picture, my performance changed. Because I realized after making a decision that I was worthy, after making a decision that what I had was of value, I had to change the picture in my mind, and my performance changed. And then my profits changed. Then my bank account changed. But that can't happen if you first don't make a decision. That can't happen if you do not make a decision that you will no longer play small. If you do not make a decision, that can't happen. So you have to first make a decision, and then you have to execute. You have to execute. And what was the execution that I had to do? I had to change my prices. And once I changed the picture of how I saw myself in that business, my performance changed, and then my profits changed. Boldness, being bold, is attached to your bankable story. Being bold is attached to your bankable story. You have to have full confidence in yourself, especially if you call yourself a believer. You have to have full confidence in you. Do you think that it was a small God who created you? Do you think it was a timid God who created you? No, it was a big God who created you. It was a bold God who created you, who created me. And because I know that as a believer, I will no longer play small. I will play big. I will be bold because I know that is attached. How I play out in the business, how I play out in my life is attached to my bank account. And when I got that revelation, I no longer worried about whether or not someone was going to say that I was charging too much. My fee is what my fee is. My fee is what my fee is in my business. Some of you, some of you may go to the these luxury stores, Chanel, maybe Gucci, maybe Louis, maybe Red Bottoms, whatever. Guess what? They charge what they charge. Is it worth it? Now, in your mind, it may be worth it. But when you go and you purchase these big ticket items, the price is what the price is. The price is what the price is. But in all of their boldness is attached to their bank accounts. The price is what the price is. You got to change the picture. You got to change the picture so that your performance will change. Your performance will change. And that you will be bold. You will embrace your boldness. You will embrace all of your boldness, and you will walk big steps, making big moves. But you will walk boldly. I remember, when I would go speak at women's empowerment conferences, and when I would come off the stage, or I would meet and greet the women later, I remember that the first thing that the women would always say, there would be one thing that the women would always say to me, and it would be, because I'm only 5'1", it would be, my God, you are so bold. Can I get some of that boldness? And honestly, I didn't know what they were like. Like, what do you mean? Like, I did not realize that the spirit of boldness was all over me, that it was coming through, even on stage. And the women that would be the one thing that the women would all say to me, I don't care where I went, would be, can I get some of that boldness? How can I learn to be confident as you? How can I learn to have that kind of boldness? And that's when I realized, here I was, being an example of walking big, walking bold, but I wasn't executing. I had no one to blame but me. And that's when I realized I had to change the picture. I had to walk the walk like I was talking the talk. I had to change the picture. I had to play full out. Bigger, bolder. I had to play full out. And so once I got the revelation that I had to become bigger and bolder, because it was all in me. And I had to make some bold moves. And making bold moves related to what I was charging in my business. And guess what, my sisters? Because I made some bold moves, I had a bold bank account. I had a bank account full of bold moves. Now, some of you may be, I'll give you another example. Some of you may be like me. I call myself a CEO-preneur, or parallelpreneur, whichever title resonates with you. And what is that? That means that I work at a silent investor, AKA my job. Silent investor, that's my term. I coined that phrase. A silent investor, AKA my job. And I remember at the job that I was given additional responsibilities. And no one, my boss, my HR, no one was saying anything to me about additional pay. But I had taken on another department, which commanded more of my time, which commanded more of my brilliance. And guess what? But no one had said anything about additional pay. I had to bust a bold move. I had to listen. I had to bust a bold move. And I said, we need to have a conversation. I went to my COO. I said, we need to have a conversation. It's like, what, Donna, what's going on? This is what's going on. Okay. I had to make a bold move. There was a time that I wouldn't have said anything because I would have been waiting for someone to come to me. But when you are walking as a bigger, bolder you, no, you don't. When you are walking as a bigger, bolder you got to bust bold moves. And trust me, it's going to affect your bold bank account. I got a bank account full of bold moves. But that did not and could not have happened if I didn't make a decision that I would no longer play small. If I didn't make a decision that I would walk boldly. I would walk boldly. I would make bold moves and I would walk boldly. It's time. It's time for you. It's time for you to make a decision. To make a decision. That's what this conference is all about. And I'm so appreciative of Lady Brooks. I'm so appreciative of her inviting me this opportunity to be a part of this amazing, of the bigger, bolder you conference. Okay, because it's time. We are living in a time, we got to stop playing small. We got to rise up. We got to rise up, stop playing small. Rise up and take your position and walk out with your bigger, bolder self. It's time. It's time to become a bigger, bolder you. It's time. What you waiting for? Make that decision now. Make a decision that you will no longer play small. Make a decision that you will walk boldly. Make a decision because it was a bold God who created you. It was a big God who created you. Who created me in his image. Listen, you want to hang out with me? You want to hang out with me? Feel free to reach me at the Unstoppable Black Woman Circle on Facebook, where we are embracing our B's unapologetically, and we surely are embracing the B in bold. It's a community of Black and brown sisters. We are coming together. Unstoppable Black Woman Circle. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. I am Dr. Stevie Aisha Mills, super excited to be with you today. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Brand Uniquely You, for allowing me to be here today, because guess what? I love speaking about how to brand and be unique and to be you. So let's talk about it. Today, I'm going to give you 3 must-haves so that you can make 6 figures quickly, like by the end of this year, quickly. And even though it is whatever month that you're going to be starting your journey into 6 figures, you can truly do it. It does not take all day to make money. And so I want to tell you that last year I did the same exact journey. I did it. I was at a point where I needed to do it. I was at a point where my business was calling upon me to do it, but I had never made 6 figures in my business. In fact, about a year ago, this time last year, I was trying to get the $5,000 months. So if you are in a space and place where you're like, oh my gosh, I need some more money. I have these gifts, skills, talents, and abilities. I have these degrees. I have everything that they say I need to go ahead and make the money. Then let's talk about these must-haves, honey. So the first thing that I want to tell you about, the first must-have that you must have, is you must have visibility. What is visibility? It is the art of being seen. So when I talk about an art form of being seen, it is everything about your brand. It is the way that you do things. It is the way that you like things to be done. It is that je ne sais quoi and bada ba boom that mixes and blends and creates the dynamic person called YOU. That is the definition that I have for your it factor. So what it is what stands out in the crowded marketplace and helps you make more money. So visibility is that thing that's going to change your life. Why? Because there are other authors, speakers, and coaches, or any other service provider who does the same thing you do. We're not unicorns in the fact of what we do, but we are in fact unicorns in how we do it. Even myself, some of the parts of my it factor is, as you can hear, I'm very Southern. And I love being Southern. And that is part of who I am. That is part of how I mix my uniqueness inside of my brand. I make sure that people know I'm from the South. I am from the great state of North Carolina. Another thing that I would say is that I love the color pink. That's why in all of this beautiful marketing that you've seen up into this event, I love being able to see so many beautiful colors, including pink, because it is truly about what I resonate with. And so you got to understand that those people who are looking to learn from you have certain things that they're looking to resonate with. That is how you become magnetically attractive. What does magnetically attractive mean? I'm glad you're thinking about it. So it means that you are able to be just like a magnet. Magnets repel or they attract. So you are going to come upon people who may be your ideal people, but you're going to come across people who are not either. So in the part of visibility, either you're going to repel or attract somebody. Visibility also has to do with how much you're being seen. Remember, we want to be consistent in all that we do. So how you do anything is how you do everything. If you show up, that is part of it, but how you show up. And so that talks about what it is too. Are you the type who gets frustrated easily? Are you the type who's always a lifelong learner? What is it? That's part of your visibility as well. So those things go into the first part of this formula I'm going to teach you today. Matter of fact, I trademarked this formula because I believe so much in it. So visibility plus credibility equals cash. Again, visibility plus credibility equals cash. Now that we talked about the first part of visibility, let's move on to credibility. Credibility is that know, like, and trust factor. I am sure that you've heard it a trillion times what credibility is, right? You've heard that people have to know, like, and trust you. And so within that, you want to make sure that people are taking it to the next level with you, and especially online, because guess what? There's so many scams and schemes and everything out here in this world online. You got malware, you got spoofs, you got all kinds of phishing, all kinds of stuff. So we have to make sure that it is the real you. And credibility talks about where have you been before? What kind of accolades or receipts do you have so that you can make sure that you are taking your credibility to the next level? Were you the greatest person in that Girl Scout troop or that Scout troop when you were small? Did you have the Salesperson of the Month award or the Employee of the Month award? What can you draw upon? Because again, how you do anything is how you do everything. So you want to make sure that you are always being reminded of the things that you did in the past, right? Even if you are the greatest mom at the PTA meeting, that has something to do with your credibility. Why? Because people look for you for leadership. They look for you to take on that class project. You know, when you were a child, things that matter always matter. It's nothing too small when it comes to credibility, because we want to know, like, and trust you. Another thing that people overlook sometimes when talking about credibility is the fact that we also want to know who you are, right? That happens with visibility and credibility as well. We want to know things like you won that Congo concert back in the day. Maybe you were hitting your Congo line, right? We want to know that. We want to know those things. We want to know that you took ballet or you took jazz or you took tap or whatever. I love dancing, so that's why we're on these dancing references. But do you make that greatest sweet potato pie that everybody is looking for at your Thanksgiving and Christmas table? Do you make that? Because I want a slice. But those things make sense when it comes to your branding. Those things make sense when it comes to getting to this money. Because if I know that you have a specific way of showing up, I can look for it. I always know when Alicia's showing up because I see this beautiful face, this beautiful colors. So I know that's her. Then also we talk about the credibility. Credibility is when you get to kind of toot your own horn, you get to go back and look. That's why bios are so important. You must have a bio, right? But you also must have a headshot that looks great. So you have to make sure that when opportunities knock, you are ready to take it to the next level. You've got to make sure that you are doing the daggone thing and that you are changing the game, starting with your own, right? Own spice, own it factor. So visibility plus credibility equals, you got it, cash. I love something about cash, y'all. I love it. It's one of my favorite things, man. Why? Because I understand when I didn't talk about cash, I was broke. I didn't have any cash. The more that I learned to speak about it in a way that was very succinct and direct, I started to make money in my business. You may be a person who has never made significant income in your business, and you may be on the verge of breaking up with your business, right? You may be on the verge of saying, I throw in the towel, I'm so done. You may be in that space, but guess what? If you are, trust me, I understand. I've been there too, honey. I've been there too. And I want to make sure that you are stepping up and stepping out and you understand that you don't have to stay there. Let me tell you, right? We're talking about how to make six figures quickly. And you can make six figures quickly by charging one person $100,000 to work with you. Or maybe you charge 10 people $10,000, right? 10 times 10 is 10, right? Y'all check my math. I was a PR major and not a mathematician, so I could be wrong. But I do believe this is right. But guess what? If you charge 0 people $100,000, or if you charge 10,000 people $0, the direct result is 0. So we got to get out here and we got to share our words and our wealth. Why? Because it is truly important that if you have the answer to someone's prayer or you're the solution to someone's problem and you do not share what you have, then it's going to make sure that you are not helping. I tell my clients it's indeed selfish if God has already blessed you with a gift, skill, talent, and ability, and you don't share it with the world. That is selfish. Some of the ways in which you can make money, I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of some of the ways I have made money in my business. You can have a coaching program. You know, as a coach, you're able to help people to come to some type of transformation in their life. You know, I help people with visibility so that they can understand that, yeah, you got to show up. You got to show up. People can't pay you if they don't know about you. That's one of my friends. She says that. She's a visibility coach too. And she says that people can't pay you, they don't know about you. That's the truth. I always say that we don't pay ghosts or secret agents. When's the last time you hired a secret agent? So if we don't pay those people, then why are we being those people? We can't be a ghost and we can't be a secret agent unless that's your career and profession. But in business, honey, you have to show up because those who show up go up and then we blow up. Hey. So those are the things that you can do with coaching. You can charge people for creating a transformation in their life. The next thing that you can do is to also make sure that you have a book. Oh my goodness, I love being an author. I have 23 published books. In fact, my 23rd one is in the process of being published now. So maybe like 22 and a half. But the point is that I remember when I didn't think I had anything to say in books, and now look at me, all these books later. And I want to tell you that that's another way that you can package your expertise, put it inside of a book, and make sure that you are charging people from that. And guess what? If people cannot afford your coaching program, well, they might need to get started with a book. They might need to get started with some type of download or something so that you can make sure that you're taking the transformation to them, because you are a brilliant person. If you're connected to this, honey, we're getting bigger and bolder. You're a person who is looking to help people. I know you because I know the type of people this conference attracts. And so with that, you got to have some type of transformation you're doing in the world. And even the more, you got to be paid for that transformation. So those are two income generating strategies right there. Another one is affiliate marketers. Shouts out to the affiliate marketers. You can have an affiliate program where you're helping people to earn money, or you can be an affiliate. There's so many different ways to make money with being an affiliate. So the other way that I would want to tell you is virtual experiences or virtual events. I like the word experience because that's what we create. We create actual experiences. We don't just do events. But the thing with that is that you can have one, and this is how you could slice it and dice it, right? So you're an author who has a coaching program, and then around that you can have a virtual experience tied in where it's still the same thing. Like for me, just to tell you, I wrote a book called Cultivating Your It Factor, and then from that, I'm able to take what I put inside of that book to make sure that I also have a coaching program, right? And I also have a conference that we do. If I wanted to do that, that's just an example of how you can show these things and make it happen. Plus, I could have affiliates that are helping me get the word out. So look at this money we are creating, y'all. It is not hard. You can take that one thing, that one idea you have, and blow up Shway. You do not have to be worried about it. We have got to get to the money. Why? Because I know that your gift, skill, talent, and ability, remember I call that your it factor, deserves to have something on the other side, right? And that is cash. Why? Because when you have more money, you can do more things. You can have the things that you want, but also you can help more people get the things they want, people who may not be able to afford it. I do believe in being a charitable person and having philanthropic efforts because of the things I'm able to do with my business. So you want to make sure that you are taking it to the next level. It's not just about you being just your for no more. It's about being a person who is taking their business to helping people in the masses. So as we begin to wrap this up, I just want to say these three things again, because I really, really do believe that these are the things that drive every business. It is the foundation of my own business. The more that you are visible, the more credible you become, and the more cash you make. Again, the more you're visible, the more credible you become, and the more cash you make. Visibility plus credibility equals cash. Visibility plus credibility equals cash. And so visibility, the art of being seen. How are you showing up? How are you showing up on broadcast? How are you showing up on social media? How are you showing up in soon to be, because the world will open again, live events or virtual events? How are you showing up? What can people expect from you? Is your brand more of one that's going to be like fun, or is it going to be serious, or is it going to be laid back? What is it that when somebody comes to you, they can expect that same thing? So if you think about it like this, Nordstrom has a different visibility than Walmart, right? Two different stores, two different clients, they have different things. So are you a premium person, or are you a low cost person, or what is it? Because I've seen things happen on both ends where you can make sure that you're making money. It's up to you and how you want to run your business. But visibility is there. Credibility, let's recap that. Credibility is when you are showing up. Can that person trust you? Right? Do they know, like, and trust you? Are you somebody who has a great personality, or you're like, I don't know, they're too stiff and stuffy for me? What is it? What is the credibility? What have you done in your life where people get to know you? They get to know who you are. They get to know the things that you've done. They also get to know that you have these results, like I like to say, receipts, But what is it? How can somebody change the game from what you're doing in your life and business by following you? Like, people like to know that I have books. People like to know that I graduated from North Carolina A&T State University. People like to know these things. It builds credibility with them, because if they are somebody who's an author, then we have a conversation. If they like to read books, it's a different conversation. But we're always looking to create some type of baseline where we can get to that person. Because if somebody tells me they're from North Carolina, then the question is, what part? This is building credibility with the people who are from North Carolina, because they know about my city and I know about theirs. So sometimes it's not always about what you know professionally. You got to be a person, especially to get these six figures, because again, there's so many scams that you got to show somebody you're real, that you're not just up here trying to get their money. And so that's the thing. And again, to recap, cash is something in which we all know what it is, right? You know what cash is. You want some more in your bank account. Me too. So you want to make sure that you are doing cash generating activities, or income producing activities is what they're called as well. So you have to understand that you may not get the money today from the activity, but you're sowing seeds to get this money. It's not for just fun and games. You are showing up in your visibility and credibility so you can make cash. And that cash includes you being able to make some money. And cash is not a curse word. That's one of my books too. So I cannot wait to have further conversations with you. I really, really, really love having these cash generating conversations that I tell people to have. Why? Because at the end of the day, some of the stats I know about is that less than 11% of businesses ever make it past the six-figure mark. They never hit it. Then the other thing I know is that African-American women like me never really make over $25,000 in their business. These are stats out here that you can research. And when I heard about that, and when I saw the movie Hidden Figures, of course, I love that movie. But one of the hashtags I also got this year, not hashtags, trademarks, is no more hidden figures. Why? Because I don't want you to be hidden. You have so much greatness inside of you that the world needs to know about. I need to know about it. I'm always looking for people, whether it's somebody for me to collaborate, hire, whatever, I need to know about it. So as you ascend in your visibility plus credibility equals cash journey, then you'll be able to take what you have, multiply it, and get some bank, baby, because that's what it's about. So I am super excited to be able to see you at my vendor booth. Cannot wait to see you. Again, I am Dr. Stevie Aisha Mills, and I help Christian women entrepreneurs to make six figures online quickly and simply. Make it a great day. Do not have a great day. Make it a great day. Why? Because you. And yes, you too have the power to do so. Bye for now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Bigger, Bolder You Women's Panel. My name is Vance Andre, and I am excited and honored to be here with three amazingly beautiful women, beautiful queens, I should say. And we are excited to talk about what's going on today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask this first question. And then as I ask the question, introduce yourselves and give me your response. Let me know how you respond to this and how you feel about it, all right? So, the first question, what does sisterhood mean to you? So DeAndrea, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, Vance. My name is DeAndrea Jackson. I'm the CEO and founder of Purposeful University. I am a purpose strategist, an author, a speaker, and a trainer. And my passion is helping people declare their clarity, confidence, and their consistency in full out fulfillment of their perfect expression of themselves. So for the question of what sisterhood means to me, I think of sisterhood as a tribe. It is an opportunity for women to come together and have resilience, have empowerment, have transparency. I believe that sisterhood is something that we should be able to count on and I don't have to know her to love her.
All right, love it. Thank you. Nikki, you're up next.
Thank you so much. I am Nikki Pounds. I'm the owner of HR Unequivocally. We are an HR consulting firm and executive coaching company. And what sisterhood means to me is, so I have sisters. And we're really close, just like I am to Alicia. When my daughters hear me on the phone, they know I'm on the phone with either my sisters or Alicia. And what it means is not overstepping your boundaries, but being available for the women in your life who care about you and that you care about, and being able to listen to them and understand and showing empathy for their issues or situations that they may be in without really overstepping your boundaries so that you don't harm the relationship. And you learn that over time, what those boundaries are when you really have true sisterhood. So that's what I think of when I think of sisterhood.
Awesome. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. And last but definitely not least, Chris Sherrill. What is sisterhood mean to you?
Hi, my name is Chris Sherrill, and I am the transformational coach. I help elevate women by empowering them to step from being greater to greatest and their best you. Sisterhood to me is loving and accepting each other, no judgment, being very transparent and inspiring each other to go to the next level of the highest potential, and also showing them God's will for their life. And I believe that as sisters, we can come together and uplift each other and with love, and be able to discipline each other with love. So that's my sisterhood.
Awesome. Awesome. Three great answers. Thank you, ladies. So let me ask this, right? So we talked about sisterhood. Let me ask this question, and we'll start with you, Chris Sherrill. Let's talk about collaboration. How do you collaborate with other people in your day-to-day life, in your business? Give us some examples.
Wow. Collaboration. I did collaboration in business, friendships, and marriages. So I'm going to start with business. I don't know where to begin. Let me just say collaboration sometimes is not easy, right? And so in business, my collaboration was my first group home that I opened up. And I collaborated with 3 other people. And that was very challenging because you have 4 different personalities. And one of the things that I did not do is vet them first and do interviews in depth to determine their vision, because I had the idea of doing a group home. Some of it was financial, some was just partnerships in general, but we all didn't have the same vision. And when you don't have the same vision and the same mission and everybody believes different things, it crumbles. So the group home only stayed for 4 years because, again, we had some that wanted to just make money and didn't care about the people. And then we had me, who had passion about helping young women, because it was a group home for children, for adolescents. And I have a great passion for young women because I foster care. So for me, it was very important to make sure they have the success that they need. And so unfortunately, that partnership didn't do well, but I was able to maneuver and open up my own group home, and then I can just transfer them there. So it wasn't a loss completely, but it definitely was 4 years of a headache. So
Gotcha. Sounds like some lessons learned too. So
yes.
Awesome, very good. Thank you. So Nikki, coming to you, same question.
So collaboration, I have a group coaching course called Purpose Driven Communication. And so that's where I teach women how to ask for what they want in corporate or when they're just starting their own business. And actually, Alicia and I collaborated on a project with my course and her Brand Unique You course to help women with their brand. And then when they established their brand, they were able to be more confident and go into corporate, understanding how to ask for what they want and really knowing who they are and what their worth is. And so that collaboration was very successful. Chris Sherrill talked about vetting people, your partners that you're collaborating with. I have had, unfortunately, sometimes where I feel like I got scammed in a collaboration. It wasn't exactly what the person said that it would be. And so those things, you can get through them, but you definitely learn from it. And so I've been fortunate to have both, where I have had great collaborations with people like Alicia, and then have had some that didn't work out so well. But it's definitely made me a little bit more aware of my collaborations. Not that I won't do it, I'll just be really careful about how I do it going forward.
Awesome, thank you, Nikki. So it sounds like there's a common theme so far. The collaborations haven't always been the best, but you've learned and you've been able to grow from those collaborations thus far. So DeAndrea, you're up.
Well, thank you. I think I'm going to go a slightly different route, organic collaboration. So I've actually had the privilege of meeting someone organically, and it just happened to have been an instance on Clubhouse. I was actually hosting a club, and I had a room. She came in, we talked, and I think that she initially wasn't sure if the topic was going to align with something that she needed. 4 hours later, we had a completely different type of conversation. We literally stayed on Clubhouse for 4 hours, just the two of us, without making the room private. I personally think that was just God-centered, and God intervened because nobody else came in the room. But as a result of that particular incident, she and I became working accountability partners. So sometimes collaboration doesn't necessarily mean you are working on an entity together to have the same outcome. A collaboration could mean that that's your accountability partner. That's somebody who will check in on your success and give you, be there for feedback so that you have somebody to bounce your ideas off of. We don't know each other personally. So there's nothing that prevents us from calling a spade a spade. You know, if I show her something trashy, she like, D, that ain't gonna work. And if I show her something great, then she's like, yeah, girl, do that. Ooh, and if you think about this, did you think about that? So, collaborations can be enlightening. That can be a great opportunity, great experience. I do think we have to use discernment. And I think that the only thing that I would interject to add to the two aspects that our other panelists added is chemistry. If you're not meshing with that person, don't even bother.
Wow. Love it. Love it. I love the fact that you mentioned the accountability piece. So many times we have goals in mind, but we don't have people to hold us accountable. Therefore, we kind of lose track of where we want to go. So, and from a standpoint of accountability, that leads me to my next question. And Nikki, we'll start with you on this one. Sometimes accountability partners can be your friends. So if you look at friendship, what does friendship mean to you?
Wow, a lot of things. Friendship is definitely someone who can hold you accountable. I always believe in having a good balance. So that's why I talked about earlier with sisterhood and even with collaborations. I talk about understanding what your boundaries are, because you can, as DeAndrea said, really call a spade a spade. But I really like to know, I don't really like to hurt people's feelings. That just crushes me if I hurt somebody's feelings. And so in a friendship, sometimes that's going to happen, but you really need to have that kind of relationship already established to say that that's a really true friendship. And finding a good balance. So yes, this won't work, but something else will. Or yes, this is good and something else isn't. But being able to be yourself, be open, and have those conversations where there's a good balance, where there's back and forth, where there's, they're giving you advice, you're giving them advice. And it's really a partnership. I think of friendships as a partnership as well. And so they're very important. I think that just having a good balance, not hurting each other's feelings, although I know that sometimes that happens, being able to know who the person is on the other side of that conversation, being able to come back to them if you did hurt their feelings and say, this is what I really meant. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, and this is what I meant. And when the person's able to receive that, then you have a true friend.
That's tough. Yeah. If you, especially if there's some bitterness going on or some conflict, to be able to come back and be true friends and really kind of talk about it and rectify the situation. Chris Sherrill, you're up. Same question.
Yes, friendship is really deep for me. I remember being young and grandma used to say, those are not your friends. And you come running home, grandma, my friend hurt my feelings. And she would say, it's baby, those are associates. Stop calling people friends. They need to earn that respect of having a friend on their title. And I thought that was for best friend. She said, no, baby. And so early on, she taught me what in friendship's really about. And one is honesty. Being able to express yourself and communicate with each other without getting upset, to share your dislikes or likes, because let's be real, we all going to run into into the wall in terms of a situation. And so how you handle those situations are very important. I'm big on loyalty. And a lot of times people think loyalty is just about, if I get in trouble, you're going to have my back. No, loyalty is doing what you say you're going to do and be accountable for your actions. Loyalty is also saying, hey, let me pull your coattail for a second, because I don't think this is supposed to go this way. And let's talk about it. And when you have a true friend, you should be able to be an open can, like literally share exactly what your feelings are, unapologetic, no judgment. And I'm big on no judgment, because I feel like everybody have hard times in life, whatever their direction, that's between them and God. So I am really big on judgment and making sure in our friendships that we are on an even plane. I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. We are together helping each other get to that next level and go higher. So when I think of friendships, I think about those individuals that we can work together to go to the next level so we all can win and eat. So that's my friendship.
Awesome. All win and eat. Love it. DeAndrea, same question.
They didn't leave much. So one thing that I will say, I think I have the kind of friends, I've never been one to have a lot of female friends and have that posse that's, every time I did something, I had somebody doing it with me. If anything, I have my sister doing it with me. But as far as having a big body of people, didn't have that. So for me, friendships are the people that I can call 5-10 years later, and they're still the same person they were when I knew them or engaged with them 5 or 10 years ago. So what do I mean by that? I have friends that I went to college with. I can call them today and we pick right back up where we left off. I've got friends that I've lived in another city with and I haven't been able to engage with them regularly because we all have lives and we all have other things that we're doing. But we should not label our relationship with people based off of how often we get a chance to commune with them. I can think about these women, and if I feel the need to pray, I'll just start praying. And then I'll call them later and say, hey, you good? What do you need? I think another thing that it makes it very important in anybody's going to call me their friend is support. Your friends are the kind of people who show up for you when nobody else will show up for you. They'll buy a ticket to your event when nobody else will buy a ticket. They'll be there to be your audience when you don't have one. They'll be there to critique whatever it is you're trying to perfect. When you're going through your growing pains, they're there to help grow and cry and laugh with you. So friendship for me is quality, transparency, support, show up, be there for me because I'm always be there for you.
Awesome. I love it. As you ladies were talking, I kept thinking about Houdini, that old school friend song. I don't know if y'all remember that old school, but yeah, he outlined it. That group outlined it very well. So you guys did an amazing job on that one. Thank you. So let's switch gears here a little bit. Let's go to the opposite side of this. And Chris Sherrill, we'll start with you. Have you had a partnership that went sour? And how did you handle that partnership?
Well, I've already talked about the first situation with the group home, but I'll tell you this. I recently just went into a partnership with someone last year in franchise business. And everything started out, and yes, we did a lot of interviewing and vetting each other and really sitting down. And then we in a year now, and we still falling behind our schedule. And when I'm trying to talk, it's a male. So you gotta, when it's a male and female kind of relationships, you gotta be strategic on, no offense, Vance, but you do gotta be a little strategic on how you deal with males. And trying to get them to do things was very challenging, right? And so he didn't want to do any marketing, which was what he said he would do when we first started. He would be the face of a company. I'll work behind the scenes. And then a year later now, we at the table, he's like, oh, I don't want to do any of that. And I'm like, wait a minute, what you mean you don't want to do any of it? He's like, can I just be a financial partner? I don't even want to do all that. I'm like, well, it's kind of too late because we went 50-50 on everything at this point, right? And so we sat down and basically what I did was I showed him some real numbers. I crunched some numbers and I said, if you got online and in alignment with me, this is what we would be in the next year. When he saw the numbers, he's like, really? I said, yes. What do you think? I can't do this by myself. That was the purpose of us doing this together in a franchise. And so it was funny because yesterday he called me and he's like, guess what I did? I went on LinkedIn. I did everything you told me and I got some leads. And I was like, well, thank God. Because listen, I was thinking, I hate to fall on a business, but we really can be a great team if you just own your own pieces, right? Take ownership of your growth. So yeah, the great thing about it is that we were able to talk. He told me, he said, he felt attacked sometimes when I talked to him because he's not used to women being direct with him. Everyone is more passive. And he felt like, he's like, whoa, she aggressive. And then he realized, he called me yesterday. He said, you were really calling me out because I wasn't on top of my game. And, he said, I didn't like anybody exposing me. And I've never had anybody do that before. So we got past that. And then we even put in some safe words, right? And so now when something happened, we got safe words. So I'll be able to say a certain word and he'll pull back and realize he's doing it again. So that was the outcome of it.
Wow. I love that. I love how you handled that. And you're right. Men and women, we tend to think differently a lot of times. So it sounds like that was able to work out to both of y'all's benefit. So Nikki, we're going to come to you. Same question.
So this is kind of a hard question. So I've been in business for about 3 years. And so when you talk about partnership, sometimes we think about partnership in terms of business. And so my dad he and his sisters and brothers, most of them have had businesses. They're all business owners as well. My dad has had a successful business for 60 years that he's now passing down to my brothers. And what he told me was never go into partnership with somebody. He always said that. He said, never do it. Do it on your own. And I don't necessarily believe that that's true. My business is quite new and haven't found a partnership like that. But I have had instances where relationships that I considered partners went south. And so, with understanding who the person was, and cutting my losses early, that's what I did. Once I understood what the person was bringing to the table or not bringing to the table as they promised, then I cut my losses early. So I'm in human resources and I do coach women. So I'm an executive coach as well, a certified coach. And so I coach women, and it's hard sometimes to take your own advice. And what I tell people in HR and in with my coachees is that when you're hiring someone or partnering with someone, you hire slow and fire fast. And so that's what I do with partnerships as well. So not in my business per se, but working with me or collaborating on things. If I find that a person's not holding their weight, I don't spend a lot of time trying to fix it.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I would imagine you would have to have certain boundaries and values in place in order to know those trigger points when it's time to exit the relationship. So thank you on that one, Nikki. And DeAndrea, it's up to you.
So I wouldn't use this probably would have been a business partnership. It was the intent to be a business partnership. And we, the two of us had very good chemistry. We had very good mission. We knew exactly what we wanted as a team effort. But sometimes life happens. And for my business partner, life happened for her, and it happened sudden. We weren't expecting it, and she ended up having to take care of a parent, and then she had issues with some legal issues that came attacking her out of nowhere, and so she literally disappeared on me. And so I had to make a decision. Do I keep trying to do this by myself? Do I let it set aside until she's in a position to come back, or do I run it on my own? So I ultimately just decided to lay it down for a while because it was an idea that she and I created together. And I didn't want to be disloyal to what we started because I know she didn't just walk away, but life happened. So in that sense, I think sometimes we just have to be mindful and ask clarifying questions. You know, what exactly is going on? Is there something I can help with? Is this something that we need to delay, or do we just need to shift, or do I need to do it on my own? And in our case, I decided to lay it down because when I do pick it up, she may be available and she may not. I'll give her the opportunity. And if she isn't, then I'll just move on with it then. But right now, I just decided to go ahead and start working on other things that I could do independently. So that I would not take away from something that we both envisioned together.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for those responses. So I want to jump into the next question. A lot of times you hear about people, jealousy is real, right? People, they see other people being successful and they get jealous and they want to throw hate and all that stuff. So let me ask this from these queens on this panel. Nikki, I'll start with you. How do you deal with seeing other women walking in their boldness, and maybe they're doing something that where you are in business and you're currently doing it now, whether that's in business or in life? How do you handle those situations, if at all?
I'm going to be honest with you. So I've never been the jealous type of person. I just, I understand how that green, ugly monster can rear its head of jealousy from time to time. If somebody's doing something that you want to do, or you think that there's somewhere in life where you want to be, just naturally, I'm not a jealous person. And so when I see other people, I'm going to be honest, I might not be like overjoyed that they're doing something because it just doesn't affect me that way. But if I find that someone is doing what I would like to do, or I think that they're in a station in life where I would like to be, and it is a person that I think that I can learn from, if it's on social media, I'll follow them. I like their stuff and try to learn from them. I never try to bring them down. I don't lose sleep over someone else doing the same thing that I do. I always look at my business. I started my business and other people do the same thing that I do. But I also think about people's preferences. Just like, and I would say, if you've seen that analogy with the bread aisle, if you look at the bread aisle, how many different types of bread are there on the bread aisle? So people will pick and choose what they like and don't like. So you don't have to be jealous of the person who is doing something that you would like to do. Create your own thing. And be bold, as you said, in what you are doing, and learn from people as opposed to being jealous. Because when you're jealous, you're not learning anything because you're so caught up in that emotion that you're not open-minded to be able to learn from the people who are doing the things that you want to do. Don't steal from them. Don't, steal their brand colors. I've had people stealing my stuff a lot and even changing things. And I'm like, hey, I feel like that's a compliment because I'm doing something right. But if you are learning from the people that you're following, that you think can provide something in your life, then you don't have time for jealousy. So that's how I handle it. I just don't even involve myself in that or indulge in that.
Awesome, great, love that, Nikki. Thank you, DeAndrea. Coming back to you.
Well, like Nikki, I have no time. I can't entertain it. And I say this all the time. I probably have said this more since Clubhouse started, because it seems to be a conversation that Clubhouse draws. And that is simply this. There are over 7.5 billion people in the world. I can't service all of them. They're not all going to be my customer. They're not all my right fit. And I wouldn't want to, right? So it's all about finding out what you are good at, what you are called to, what you are assigned to, and do you well, do you bold. So when I see other women who are in this genre, and if it's something that I also service in, then I'm looking like hey, if they can do it, I can do it. If she can service with that nonsense she giving out, surely. Now that's not to say hate, but everybody doesn't bring quality. Let's just be clear. But that doesn't mean they're not successful. And so they may be successful because of their energy. They may be successful because of how they're able to convey a message to you and get you to buy. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the same level of quality of the next person. And at the same time, I might see someone that's fire and I say, wow, I'd love to be able to get to where she is. But this is the thing we have to remember. Everyone who arrives to a station didn't do it yesterday. We all have to go through something to get to that place that people admire. And quite frankly, I'm not quick to want to take up on somebody else's road because I don't know what their road looks like. I'm doing good to be on my road. So we have to be really careful about looking at something and saying, ooh, that's pretty and shiny and I want that. But do you want to travel the journey that it took to get that? So I try to stay in my zone and I try to celebrate my sisters when I see them moving up because, again, it's a reminder that God is no respecter of persons. If he did it with her, he'll do it for me.
Y'all are dropping some gems. I am taking some mental notes. Woo, I love it. Love it. Chris Sherrill.
I'm kind of like Nikki and DeAndrea. Like I'm so unbothered about what people think I am or not. You know, that doesn't move me. I am all about winning. I like to see queens winning, you know, and if I can help anybody, my daughter gets on me about that. She goes, why are you always helping people? And those people don't help you back. I said, you know why? Because God didn't tell me not to help them. As long as I keep doing what I'm doing, God's going to bless me. And guess what? He needs to get the glory because while they're being ugly, at some point, they're going to have to show up and say, Chris Sherrill did this because it's going to be evident. You know, it made me think something DeAndrea said and made me think about back in 2015. I had an employee. Now, this is funny. She said to me, she came in my office. She said, I wanted to talk to you. And I said, okay. She's like, I want your life. I said, what do you mean you want my life? She's like, I want everything, even your husband. I said, well, wait a minute. Now, mind you, this is an employee. And I said, wait, you know, it took me back a little bit. So in my brain, wanted to say something else. But the person being a CEO, being in leadership, I had to just say, well, what makes you want my life? You know, and she's like, this everything you have. I said, if you only knew what I had to go through to get here, you might want to rethink that. How about I show you how to have this life without all the stuff I had to go through to get here, which is why I coach women to try to get to that next level. And I just was taken back when she said, including your husband. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm about to get a divorce. You want him? But nonetheless, it just takes you to places where when you are confident in who you are and know whose you are, none of that stuff bothers you. You are in it to win. You know, when I see like Alicia, for instance, when I met Alicia and I saw her webpage, I was just like floored by her webpage because I said, wait a minute. This is so freaking sexy and pretty and so forth. And, you know, and I started talking to her. I said, listen, girl, you're going to have to help me. So when I see something I like to connect with those people and say, hey, I noticed you had this particular style that I like. Because guess what? We all mimic something of somebody's anyway. We just make it our own. So there's no reason to hate on each other. There's no reason not to show love because like DeAndrea said, it's enough money for everybody. And guess what? What I don't know, Nikki might know, or Deandra might know. And if we can collaborate, we can all get to that bottom line. And I love queens winning. So that is it.
Can I jump in real quick here and say this one thing? Okay, so that's a little scary. Number one, Chris Sherrill, a little scary. But it is. You know, like in marriage, for instance, my husband and I have been married for 24 years. And I had a lady to say, she was a younger woman who was about to get married and she just wanted her marriage to be like my marriage. I just want my marriage to be like yours. I was like, well, how is it? And she was like, oh, you all seem so happy all the time. I was like, we're not putting on Facebook when we're arguing. We have had our ups and downs in these 24 years. It has not been easy. And if you're not willing to work for it, I can tell you the things that I think that made it the way it is, or tell you how I got to this point in my business. But if you're not willing to put in the work, you're not going to get there. And I know we were talking about jealousy, but Chris, you just brought that. I was like, ooh, that's scary. And so when people say that, they really need to understand what you go through to get there. And be willing to put in the work versus just being jealous. Because if you've just been jealous, then you're never going to achieve your goals and the accomplishments that other people have achieved that you see that you want. Being jealous is not going to get you there. And don't hate on somebody else's life and think that that's what you want. Create your own. So I just wanted to jump in and say that.
No, thanks for adding that, Nikki. Yeah, so it sounds like everybody has a story, right? So everybody's story may be different, right? So stay in your lane and you know, do your best within what you're working with. So yeah, love it. Thank you for the answers. So last question, and it's a really good question. So nowadays, the tides are turning. Women, there's a lot going on, a lot of things that are positive, moving in positive directions for a lot of women. You think about the graduate rates from colleges with master's degrees, doctorate degrees, etc. So what do you ladies think? And we'll start with you, Chris Sherrill. What do you foresee in the future for women?
Oh, we about to blow this world up. You hear me? We about to take over. Listen, when I think about Shirley Chisholm, who in 1972 was running for president, she already opened the door for us, not just as queens, but our kings. Obama, now look at our VP. When I think about Abrams, Stacey Abrams, right? Stacey Abrams opened up the door, like people follow her. We as women are doing some phenomenal things. So when I tell you that in the next 10 years, not even 10, the next 3 and 4 years, I mean, women are busting this world wide open. And our young generation, when I see our college girls going to law school, being doctors, open up their businesses, to see a 19-year-old start her own business and be rich by 21, like I'm saying the ambition that women have now. Like it's almost like they release some chains off our ankles or something. We like, yeah, baby, we got this now. So listen, I know we as women are doing phenomenal things. That's why it's no reason to hate on each other, because we can all come together. And right now, as mothers, I mean, the mothers who raise children are doing phenomenal things after their children are gone. Now they starting to get their life together. I mean, I'm talking about 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds coming back and say, you know what? I raised my kids. I've been married for 25, 35 years. I'm starting my own business and doing it. Like I'm talking about doing it. So yes, in the next 3 to 4 years, listen, the guys gonna be like, wait a minute, can we talk with y'all for a second? Because we're gonna be doing some things, you hear me? So yes, I'm excited about that.
I love it. I can hear the excitement in your voice. So thank you for that one. And Nikki, it's on you.
Wow, I can hear the excitement too. So ditto to everything that Chris Sherrill said, ditto, ditto, ditto. And I think that the chains have been released, but women are seeing the power of other women. And so we know now, or starting to see, I think we still have a way to go, a ways to go in our trust for each other, because a lot of times we just didn't trust each other because, we thought that somebody wanted our life, or whatever the case may have been. And now we see that we can do things like this, for instance, and come together for Alicia and not be jealous. We are much stronger together than we are separated. And I think women are really seeing we are much, much stronger together than being separate. And so with everything that Chris said, we are taking over. We are, we're bringing people along. We're bringing other women along with us and collaborating and partnering and all of these things. So it's really exciting to see. And I'm excited about collaborations and partnerships as we see that we are stronger together.
Awesome. Thank you, Nikki. And last but definitely not least, DeAndrea.
Well, Brother Vance, we are going to be bigger and bolder.
Ooh.
Okay, let me be clear.
Okay.
So Chris Sherrill already laid out the whole political climate. But look at us, 24 women in the Senate, right? And even our former First Lady, Michelle Obama, she has given such a great example. So she started out with a dream to be a lawyer. She went to school to do that. She pursued that. She found Barack. They got married. They had children. So then she became a wife and a mother and a daughter. She did all that well. He decides he wants to be the president, and so she goes along with that. She does that well for 8 years. But my sister came out the White House and went back and finished. That's what we're showing up with. Now she's Dr. Michelle Obama at whatever age it was that she did. I don't even know how old she was when she did it. But that is a prime example. Just as Chris Sherrill has already said, women are discovering themselves after that 40 mark, and they're realizing, listen, I got a seed in me that is still trying to give birth, and it's coming out today. Or I've got a dream in me and it's been there and I've done everything I could do for everybody else. I've emptied my cup and it's my turn. So I would say ultimately bigger and better, and it's our turn. It's our turn. It's our time. And let me tell you something, Vance. Collectively, we can shake up some stuff, stir up some stuff, and flip over some stuff that the world has not seen yet. If we can just get all of our mind, all of our creativity, all of our assets together and work as one instead of working as, ooh, look what she got, and ooh, I want to be, oh no, I can do it better than her. Because as Chris Sherrill said, these kids are going on TikTok and Instagram, and they're becoming millionaires in like 12 months, literally. But we got to even go back and help them, because even though they may have the money, there's still a traveled road that gives good insight and good foundation so that they understand how not to lose that same money, right? So we don't want them to repeat the mistakes that we've made, but we want to be able to come in and help all of our sisters. You know, anything that we have ever gone through, we've gone through for the person that's coming behind us. It's never been about us. So my journey has not been about me. It's been about the woman who comes behind me who doesn't have the tools that I have. Nikki's journey is not about Nikki. It's about the people who come behind her. They don't have the tools. Nobody knows how to handle what Chris Sherrill went through like she does. So that's what we're here for. We're here to impart and empower one another. And on the flip side of that, ladies, we got to be open. You got to be open to hear. You got to be open to receive. You got to be open to look. So bigger, bolder you, these people who signed up for this are open. They're ready to go to the next level. And they're in the right place at the right time. But even with that, once you have the knowledge, you got to share.
I love it. Bravo, ladies. Bravo.
Yes, and Vance, I wanted to add something if you don't mind. As we was just talking, I am so glad, to be in this panel with you guys. And let me tell you why. So many times you hear women can't work together. Women can't be together. They're so catty. They do too much. And just to see the growth, just over years, how we can all come together. You're seeing women empowerment all over the place. And Bigger Bolder You right now, just making you take your voice off of mute and being able to work with each other. Like, I just am so excited. I just wanted to just share that, because we can get that stigma off. Women cannot work together. And then we can't do anything together, because that's not true. It's about chemistry. It's about making sure that we all align together. So yes, I just wanted to add that. I'm just excited.
Yes. If you've ever seen anyone make a quilt, my grandmother and her sisters used to make quilts. And what they do is they take different pieces of scrap from different elements. So one aunt might bring some scrap from her house, another aunt might bring scrap from her house. But when they sit together and just have a conversation and they're just knitting each one of those patterns, it comes out to a beautiful quilt. That's what women are in America. We've all got our own little patch, and it has its own identity. It has its own history. It has its own story. But when you put it all together, that joker will keep you warm at night. That's where we're missing it.
Listen here. If anything, the women listening to this panel have gotten something much more valuable than money could ever provide. And that's these gems that y'all dropped tonight. So I applaud you, ladies, you queens. Thank you for the knowledge that you have shared. I love to see sisterhood. I love to see you guys coming together. So what I want to do is I'm going to give each one of you some final, maybe about a minute for some final thoughts. So I want you to, Nikki, I'll start with you. Look into your camera and tell these ladies, any guys that are joining as well, some final words of thought, of encouragement, or anything you want to share.
So I'll piggyback a little bit on what DeAndrea said just a few minutes ago about being a bigger, bolder you. That's what this is about. It's really discovering your purpose. And when you are able to discover your purpose, you can be a bigger, bolder you, not someone else. So that's what we've been talking about. Friendships, collaboration, partnerships, women coming together and being better together. And so understand that you might need some help. To not be jealous of other people who may be doing the same thing that you're doing or doing the things that you want to do, but opening your mind and learning from them, giving back to other people. DeAndrea said, this is not about us. And I actually did a 1 million cups. So I did that a couple of weeks ago. And what I said in that was that this was not about me. It was never about me. And so it's about the other people that you're bringing behind you or you're providing opportunities for. So don't lose sight of that as you are becoming the next you, the bigger, bolder you. And you, the way that you are right now is great. And there's something bigger, bolder, and better inside of you to be unleashed. So don't lose sight of that and lose sight of your purpose, the reason why you're doing what you're doing.
All right. Thank you, Nikki. Chris Sherrill, same thing.
Hey, Queens, bigger, bolder you are. I would like to leave you with this. Give yourself grace. Make sure you give yourself grace. You have taken the opportunity to move to another level in your life. It doesn't matter how fast or how slow you go. The fact that you keep going, never give up on you, always show up for you, even if it's just 1 minute or 1 hour. You are important. You are powerful. You are amazing, and you are worthy and enough. And I'll leave that with you today. You enjoy this Bigger, Bolder You show, and I love you.
Thank you, Chris Sherrill. And DeAndrea, on you.
Ladies, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful is the Creator who did it, and you know it well. Walk in the fullness of your anointing. Walk in the fullness of your power. Know that everything that you need to be bold and brave is already in you. All you have to do is tap in, ask, and wait. Sometimes it might mean that you need to grow silent more instead of speaking more. You may need to listen more. You may need to read more. Be inspired more. But the more you love, the more you forgive, and the more you are grateful, the bigger and bolder you become. Blessings and favor.
Thank you. Thank you. That has been amazing. Thank you, ladies, for your time. Ladies, watching this, I hope you got something valuable out of it. And this is just the beginning, right? So there's a lot more to come. So thank you. I've enjoyed being here, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Take care.
Thank you, Vince. Vance.
Thank you.
We did it.
Hello, amazings. It's Alicia Brooks here to give you an opportunity to work with me. I have been working with amazing clients for over 25 years, one-on-one, which I know is kind of like sort of held me back. But I have shifted my business model to one-to-many so that I can transform and do life together with more amazing women such as yourself and create new memories and experiences together. I told you I knew at age 15 what I was called and purposed to do in my life. And right now, the time is here. I bring all of my life experiences, my hard work and dedication, passion and love for what I do to ensure everyone whom I engage with wins, and we win together daily. So if you're tired of feeling overlooked and underpaid, if you are tired of playing small in life and not living up to your fullest potential, if you have put your purpose on pause and your voice on mute, when you know that you have brand-unique brilliance that the world is waiting on, they're waiting on you to show up. So if you have not betted on you nor committed to you or your dreams, then the time is now. It's time to choose you. It's time to bet on you. It's time to really do you. So, I know that we have to invest in ourselves. You have to invest in our personal and business brands. along with your dreams, your passion and purpose. You don't want that to go away. So if you are not clear about who you are and how you really want to show up in the world, or you are not confident, nor do you have a personal brand that shares your truth and the essence of who you really are, along having your story interwoven into your purpose, and using your past pain to elevate you and turning that into your superpower so you can soar with the eagles, then I would love to invite you to work with me, giving me the opportunity to redefine, reset, and redesign your life and build a personal brand that speaks to the essence of who you are, so that you can live the lifestyle you've always dreamed of and desired. So are you really ready for a journey of transforming your mind, elevating your emotional intelligence? How do you show up for yourself, and this before the world sees you? You've got to be prepared. So then there are some of you who are looking and want a little bit more. So you want to go a little bit deeper. Well, it's time now to be a bigger, bolder version of you. So I would like for you to start today, committing to yourself today that you're going to take action. So if you're asking yourself, is there a place for you over here in Brandically You Academy? The answer is absolutely yes. I want you to go over to brandheressence.com to see what you can do. Then there are some of you who may be out there and you're like, hey, I've done the work. I've gone within and I figured it all out. I know who I am. I'm ready to stand in my purpose, but I just don't know how to put it all together. Well, I say it starts with the foundation, which includes my 7 M's: mastermind, mindset, mission, mastery, your message, your methodology, your makeover, so that you can be memorable for your money. I want you to create a personal brand that attracts and not repels. You want to be able to work with someone who can take you step by step through the process of figuring out who you are and what is your personal brand, along with what does it stand for. And if that is you, there is a place for you here as well. So let's connect, because that's really where we can begin to mastermind and come together and make your big ideas come into fruition, because they've been brewing for so long and we need to make them relevant and real now. If you commit to yourself for 6 months or maybe a year, you will be able to make leaps and bounds to live a bigger, bolder version of you, and to truly show up for yourself, for your family, and for the world. The world is waiting for you. So what am I saying? It all starts with you going over to brandheressence.com, making a decision and a commitment to yourself so that you can figure out which pathway is going to be best for you. And I promise you, there's a pathway for everyone. You should always invest at the level in which you want to see the return on investment on you. It is an investment and not a cost. So when you are leveling up your brand, remember that. Let's continue to have these powerful conversations about you being the biggest, the boldest, and the bravest version of you. Go to brandheressence.com, and I would love to connect and work with you. But not only that, I would love for us to win in living a bigger, bolder version of us in every single area of our lives. Let's do it together. Let's do life together. Remember, go be and live your brand, because it is the year of you. Mwah. OMG. The last 3 days have transformed me, and I pray that it's transformed you, because it's wholly my intention to create a conference that will speak to that very woman that I've gone through on the journey with and will go on the journey with, to live a bigger and bolder version of you and me. You see, I was that woman who felt like my power was gone. My confidence was low. My bigger, bolder self has not arisen. I felt like my voice was not being heard, and I was getting truly frustrated because my whisper wasn't even being heard either. I knew there was greatness and there's so much brilliance in me, and I was stuck. I was mad because I could not get it out in a way that will transform and transpire and even just give nuggets to that woman who has walked the same journey. Maybe not the same story, because we have different stories, different pathways, different journeys, but in the essence of things, there's greatness in all of us. And we must walk in our boldness. It's all about epic boldness. That's my word for this year, is epic boldness. You see, I want every woman who knows they have a dream, knows they have brilliance inside of them, know that, the time is now. Committing to yourself, betting on yourself, walking and loving the journey you're going through, forgiving yourself for not showing up, which I had to do. I had to forgive myself of my past, my pain, me playing small in life, me having the wrong mindset, me not believing in me, even me not even betting on me. I did not commit to myself either in a way that I have now. So I know the pain, I know the journey, I know what it's like to have struggle, to not have others believe in you too. So I want to implore you, I want to ignite this fire in you, because it is now. This is the year, this is the time for you, and it is a time for every woman out there across the globe. We can no longer be silent. We can no longer allow our voice to not be heard. We no longer have the right to keep our purpose on pause. What it is time for is to build a confidence, to give yourself some grace and some love, to now choose you. We've gone through the, raising the family, getting our careers out there. We've gone through doing things in the community. Now it's time to do something for you. It's time for you to make your own big, bold statement. This is the whole intention for a bigger, bolder you, because I want it to come out in such a way that you, one, would remember, two, can truly be inspired by, but mostly and mainly is to engage with me, because building a relationship with me, I want to say, will be an experience. I'm not one of all those coaches out there, not that they're not amazing, but I truly, 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 truly care. One, about your spirit. One, about your dreams, your purpose, how you show up in the world, how you come out into the world. That is what I'm worried about. That is what I want to ignite. That's what I want to change. I want to assist in walking with you and building your confidence and building a brand, a personal brand that speaks to the core of who you are. Because you are amazing. You're awesome. You're beautiful. We have to build the confidence and the personal brand to match the inside. I'm here for you. I'm here for everyone who wants to work with me, who desires to be in the Brandnically You and Brand Her Essence, Elisha Brooks experience. I'm here. The time is now. The time is now for you to really commit to you, to really say, I am going to do this. This is my time. I am going to commit to whatever I have to do because I know I cannot stay silent any longer. I cannot put my purpose, my dreams, and my destiny to the side. This is the year. This is the time. So I want to say thank you so much for joining, for sharing, for just being yourself. Thank you for all the text messages, all the messages, the calls, the inspiration. I am so grateful because I don't take it lightly. I want to attract those who are attracted to me. Those are the ones who will show up. And even the ones who don't, I still want to inspire, love, empower, and encourage you to do the same. So thank you so much for joining, for just being you, for joining the Face group, for having conversations. It's about having conversations and building relationships. I, again, would love to work with you. So you can go to brandheressence.com and see what I have in store for you. I want to create an amazing, epic boldness experience. That's my word, epic boldness. To be bold in every single way of my life and for you too. So go join me at brandheressence.com. Join the Bigger Bolder Facebook group. And let's do life. Let's build our confidence. Let's walk strong and brave and sexy in the way we show up in a bigger, bolder way. I truly am grateful. I adore you. I love you. And I pray much success, light, and love over your life and your business and your dreams. Again, the time is now. And I'm super excited. I'm super excited because the time has been passing me by and I'm ready. I am now ready. And I know you are too. So don't forget to go and be and live your brand because the world is waiting on you to show up. Have a great day. Mwah.